Good morning and welcome to the Maryland Public Service Commission. This has been noticed as the time and place for a rulemaking session in docket RM72 concerning revisions to COMAR Title 20, Subtitle 79. That notice was issued on February 9th, 2001. Thank you for working with the Commission staff over the past several months in terms of developing new regulations with respect to this title, subtitle, and chapter. What we'll be doing over the next day or 2 days, we'll be looking at proposals that were tendered by Commission staff, Department of Natural Resources Power Plant Research Program, as well as the Utility Scale Solar Coalition. We'll also hear from a number of interested parties. This has been a relatively contentious issue involving government agencies, the 7 state reviewing agencies, utility scale solar developers, local and county officials, and other interested parties. It appears that the parties have been working in good faith together ever since the Commission staff filed its proposal back in December, and the commissioners have reviewed the comments that were filed both in October of 2020 and in February of 2021. In terms of a process for this rulemaking session, we'll have parties provide voluntary opening statements, followed by presentations by 3 of the interested parties. And then the Commission will address and vote on various proposed regulations, starting with the major substantive regulations, followed by less substantive and more technical revisions. At any point during this rulemaking session, commissioners will voice any objection or concern with proposed regulations. However, the Commission will only take 1 vote at the conclusion of this rulemaking session for all of the regulations that will be approved. Commissioners will have the opportunity to express any disagreement with particular regulations at the time of discussion as well as the time of the vote. Because of the large number of participants, we will not be taking appearances up front, but parties should make an appearance when it is their opportunity to speak. If a party does not speak throughout the rulemaking session, they will have an opportunity to make an appearance at the conclusion of the rulemaking. At this time, we'll begin with opening statements by parties who have indicated that they wish to make one. Please have your statement run no longer than approximately 3 minutes, and the statement should summarize succinctly your position and any potential concerns or support for the proposed rules. At this point, before we begin with opening statements, are there any preliminary matters to address? And you could do so by turning on your microphone. I cannot see everybody on the screen, but if you have any concerns, you may speak up. Hearing none, we'll begin with opening statements by Queen Anne's County. When it is your turn to speak, please identify yourself, state your name, your title, and your affiliation. Good morning, Mr. Drummond.
Chairman Stanek and members of the Public Service Commission. My name is Chris Drummond. I am the attorney for the Queen Anne's County Planning Commission, Department of Planning and Zoning. I have a similar role with the Dorchester County Department of Planning and Zoning and Planning Commission. First of all, on behalf of both of those counties, I would like to thank the Public Service Commission staff, Mr. Chen in particular, for their efforts in this rulemaking process. I am happy to report to the Commission itself that staff has been transparent and open to our suggestions. They have recommended some, but not all, which is to be expected of our suggestions. But I do sense that staff, and I very much hope the Commission itself, is sensitive to the concerns of Queen Anne's County and Dorchester County, which I think are repeated in a number of the more rural counties that are directly affected by the expansion of utility scale solar and the need to meet the state's renewable energy portfolio requirements and the carve out for solar in particular. I will say that both counties are pleased that staff has recommended the pre-application meeting and submissions to the local jurisdictions 90 days before a CPCN application may deem to be complete. There may be some thought among other counties that 90 days is insufficient. And that 90-day period was, I would say, driven to some extent by the more rural counties' processing time, which may be shorter than some of the more urban and suburban counties. And I'll be certainly happy to hear from, for example, Wendy Kearney from Frederick County as to whether or not 90 days would be considered sufficient for her larger and more suburban county. The staff's most recent proposal to require that, quote, material changes, end quote, to CPCN applications be provided to the local jurisdictions is also welcome, as that is an ongoing problem, both as to the ability of the local jurisdictions to keep up to date with what's going on at the Public Service Commission, and also, it seems to me, improves the transparency of the CPCN process, which I understand is important to the Commission. There are, of course, areas that we wish the rulemaking addressed, but does not. One of the issues that I'd like to address with regard to material changes is that there be in the rules some deadline by which a CPCN application may be judged on its merits by all the parties, including the Public Service Commission. We certainly have deadlines in litigation in courts, in many administrative proceedings, in quasi-judicial proceedings. There is a time at which the parties and the fact finder know for sure what is under consideration. That is not included as a suggestion in RM72, which we did advocate for.
Okay, the time of the gentleman has expired. Mr. Drummond, you'll have an opportunity to express more detail as we go through particular regulations.
Thank you.
Turn to the representative for Frederick County. Good morning.
Morning, Wendy Kearney, representing Frederick County. I'm Senior Assistant County Attorney. And as Mr. Drummond did, I do want to thank staff, Mr. Chen and his staff, for their efforts to be inclusive and to contact at least me, what I'm aware of, and the long list of participants to keep us apprised of what has been transpiring. And on behalf of Frederick County, I'd like to express our appreciation for the opportunity to participate in these proceedings, and with the intent that we can provide the perspective of the local governments who are brought into or have the opportunity to come into these proceedings upon receipt of notice of a pending application. We will be able to provide information as to our local processes, and we do note that in the proposed rules and the changes, there seems to be an omission with respect to obtaining the recommendation of the governing body, which is obviously a provision in the public utility article that requires consideration in the CPCN process. So there does appear to be an omission in that respect. And a different issue that came up recently, which I would like to bring forward for consideration, is ensuring that when there are transcripts of proceedings prepared, that the cost of those are borne by the applicant, so that transcripts are posted the same way every other filing is in the dockets of the commission, and not and subject to public view as all the other documents are. I think that's an important item for transparency and for public participation and the ability of the public to access information. So I look forward to participating in the discussion today, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Kearney. We'll now hear from the Maryland Municipal League.
Good morning. My name is Bill George. I'm the Director of Research and Policy Analysis at the Maryland Municipal League. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today, and thank you to Mr. Chen and the rest of the PSC for the opportunity to participate in this rulemaking from the very beginning. While we believe that the local processes in place are the ones that are best suited for our municipalities in order to provide gather the information, provide the types of recommendations necessary. We do appreciate that the proposed rules do obviously provide a framework for that similar type of information gathering and an opportunity, during the application process for discussion with the applicant and the local government of jurisdiction. I think the big thing that's been already brought up by a few of the county representatives is that of the time frame allowed for local governments to gather their information and provide their recommendation to the PSC as part of the application process. And the one thing is, if I were to ask for one additional part of this process is for a little bit more time for our folks to get their information together. I understand, and so do our member municipalities, that looking at the applicant side, that this is a time issue for them as well, and that is certainly understandable and acknowledged. It is. I just want to make sure that it's clear that that when a municipality in particular takes these types of applications, there are many other applications for land use projects that are pending as well. This isn't the only focus of the municipal government is to focus on this one application. So I just want to make clear that that there are other things that the municipality has going on, other pending projects that need attention and as well, and so that it's rarely acting in bad faith that will add a significant amount of time onto the review process, but more just a sense of almost overwhelmed amount of projects coming in that need careful review and local input. So if that were, if I had one point to make, that would be it. A little bit of extra time added onto the review process would be very welcome. Thank you again, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. We'll hear from the Maryland Association of Counties.
Good morning, Chairman Stanek, a member of the Public Service Commission. Alex Butler, Policy Associate with the Maryland Association of Counties. I'm very pleased for you to articulate some broad points local governments have related to the CPCN process. I want to thank Public Service Commission staff, particularly Joey Chen, for their efforts in between comment periods to work with stakeholders, get a good sense of the specific issues that local governments, developers, and state agencies have. Counties generally consider themselves part of a collaborative partnership with stakeholders and the Public Service Commission in getting these projects through. Many counties have undergone efforts to revise their zoning to accommodate utility scale solar and other generation projects. And as more CPCN projects come online or are in the pipeline or proposed, counties are working to improve their review process to make things smoother for all involved. Our comments to the Commission following staff recommendations focus aspects, namely the time frame, as Mr. George from the Municipal League has stated, under which local government has to provide that input necessary to satisfy 7207 of Public Utilities Law article. It includes the recommendation of the local government body, information on consistency with local zoning, comprehensive plan, and more. We believe that many issues arise when there is not consistent ongoing communication between project applicants, and local agencies. So we're pleased to see many of the recommendations make it through to this stage. That includes requiring meetings with staff, that applicants provide draft environmental review documents and conceptual site plans up front. We're glad that's made it onto the final list. It's important for us to remember that projects requiring CPCNs require significant land use and construction, and to enable local governments to best make the determination and provide the most useful information to the commission, we feel that local governments need more time. And we're willing to amend our written comments to ask for 120 days as opposed to the 90 days proposed. We feel it's important to remember that this is a backstop, not the goal. The goal is to get these recommendations and this information to the commission as soon as possible. But oftentimes when local governments, particularly those not familiar with CPCNs, that they're going to need a little bit more time. Not every jurisdiction is as familiar as, let's say, Queen Anne's or some of the Eastern Shore counties that have seen numerous projects and several contentious projects at that. So determining these important points and satisfying Public Utilities Law article can require reviews by planning board staff as well as the jurisdiction's governing authority, as mentioned by Frederick County, and that can include a legislative and an executive branch. So we're asking for 120 days to satisfy the broad array of jurisdictions and provide that meaningful information to the commission. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We'll now hear from NextStamp.
Thank you, Chairman Stanek. Jake Springer, Senior Policy Associate here on behalf of NextAmp. We're a developer, owner, and operator of solar projects here in Maryland. Our focus here today is a narrow one within this rulemaking. As a developer of smaller distributed solar energy systems, we have not participated in the Commission's CPCN process to date. But as I submitted in our written comments, our concern specifically is with the implications of a new 1 mile rule that could extend the Commission's jurisdiction to aggregate net metering or A&M projects, should the Commission adopt the staff's new definition of a generating station. A&M projects provide an ability for a small subset of Maryland entities to aggregate their load in order to prove the viability of solar as an option. And many municipalities, for example, have chosen this option. Given the size of these projects, under 2 megawatts or up to 2 megawatts, and the fact that these projects participate in net metering, they've been subject to local permitting approval. But the new proposed definition of a generating station would seem to alter that in the case of some projects. The reply comments recently issued by staff have clarified that this may in fact have been their intention. But overall, from my perspective, the comments only raise more questions than answers. I think still unclear are the issues raised by stakeholders, such as, importantly, whether A&M projects would still be able to participate in net metering, what the implications would be for existing projects or those in development. And really, there hasn't been much discussion of Commission precedent, which this notably, I believe, would be a break from. Overall, while the staff's focus seems to be narrow, cracking down on a loophole, as they've called it, I think their proposed solution is overly broad and arbitrary, and it wouldn't capture, a single site, but in fact, anything nearby within for A&M projects. Respectfully, I'd submit that this issue needs further discussion and refinement given the complexities and the fact that key questions are still unanswered about its implications, which are likely to produce unintended consequences. And the potential impact here is not minor. The Commission would be asserting new authority, removing local jurisdictions from their permitting role for these types of projects. And these projects are unlikely to be able to undergo a full CPCN process and remain viable. I'd also point out that there's legislation working its way through Annapolis that deals with this issue. So the timing here may be conflicting with that as well. So I know we will turn to this issue shortly, but in light of some of the complexities here and the questions and the fact that this is not, the primary focus of today's proceeding, respectfully, I'd urge the Commission to not take up this change today as proposed by staff, but to subject this to some more discussion and some more scrutiny. So thank you, Chairman, Commissioners.
Thank you. Finally, we'll hear from a representative from the Chesapeake Solar and Storage Association.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. David Murray here, Executive Director of the Chesapeake Solar and Storage Association. My comments are in concert with the previous Mr. Springer's, specifically regarding the aggregate net metering issue. As Mr. Springer highlighted, both Maryland counties, municipal corporations, as well as ag customers have enjoyed using aggregate net metering for both on-site and off-site power. And in our view, the Commission has affirmed several times that these facilities are 2 megawatts and smaller, and even if they're co-located, they do not constitute generating stations. And so subjecting these facilities to the CPCN process and removing them from local control, we believe is would upset both current projects in the queue, but also buck current precedent. And so we believe that this issue should not be determined further in RM72. As Mr. Springer noted, it's currently under review as part of the legislative process in a couple of bills, actually. And so we strongly recommend that aggregate net metering projects should not be subject to a CPCN review, and this particular issue should be taken into account elsewhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you. At this point, we will begin presentations from a number of the parties, including the 3 parties that filed proposed regulatory text. We'll begin.
Chairman Stanek, may I interrupt you? I'm sorry. Somehow, I'm pretty inexperienced in this. Somehow I did not submit that I wanted to make an opening statement. I don't have a very long one. Would you allow me to do that?
You may, Ms. Lewis, if you could just identify yourself, please.
Yes, Janet Christensen Lewis, and I'm the chairperson of KCPA, which is a 501c3 organization operating in Kent County. And in my opening statement, I'd like to highlight an area of concern that the staff has not recognized in their revision and has not been included in the agenda, and that is COMAR 79.01.04. Commissioners, the PSC has a communication problem. This is evident in many cases adjudicated by the PSC, but MD Solar 1, case number 9464, stands out as a most illustrative example of just how flawed public engagement leads to a waste of time, effort, and money by everyone involved. A pre-application process enhancement might better serve the proceedings and the public. In this case, the larger community became aware of the project late in the process after the public hearings and issuance of the CPCN. The organizations, the Audubon Society, the Potomac Riverkeeper, Nanjamoy Potomac Environmental Coalition, Chesapeake Bay Foundation, the Piscataway Tribal Council, and the Mattawoman Watershed Society, among many others that stepped forward in opposition at the Maryland Department of the Environment hearing, had not been identified by the developer as outlined in 790104B2, and therefore not informed about the development. Subsection 4 deals almost exclusively with public involvement in the process and what should be happening prior to filing an application for a CPCN. I would welcome any information to the contrary that might be provided to indicate that solar developers are routinely offering to engage the affected communities and otherwise following all the steps outlined in the pre-application process. That has not been KCPA's experience in the 5 CPCN applications for utility scale solar projects in Kent County. With all due respect to the commissioners and the staff, I believe there's ample evidence that public involvement in CPCN cases is the PSC's Achilles heel, and that revisions to this pre-application process are needed in order to accomplish the goal of this rulemaking, which is exploring ways to enhance the process for all parties and the public. Therefore, I request that this issue be added for consideration and discussion, and I would really like to thank the commissioners for allowing me to make this opening statement and to participate in these proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now see the presentation that will be offered by the Department of Natural Resources Power Plant Research Program. Good morning, Acting Director Sadinsky.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Yes, Bob Sinski, Acting Director of Power Plant Research Program. I did send these slides out to you all Friday, and it is our commitment to actually have these posted to the docket probably within the next day or two. Did you want me to pull it up, or did you all want to run the PowerPoint?
Let me ask the host advisor if we could pull that PowerPoint slide deck up right now.
I've passed Mr. Saditsky the presenter privileges, but if you'd prefer, I can operate it for you.
If you could operate that, I would appreciate, just in case I have a problem on my side, and Ms. McLemore is going to take over.
No problem.
And she knows that. Yeah. Yep. Very good. Just let me know when you're ready.
May
I'm
begin.
ready.
Okay, very good. Yep, next slide. We'll just jump right into the presentation. So just as an overview, we'll be looking at past solar cases and just really focusing on the 50 solar cases that have been filed with the PSC. Next slide. Just as an overview, there's been 16 transmission cases, and we did the analysis from 2011 through November 2020. So that's important to remember. So only through November 2020. There's been 3 new gas CPCNs, 9 modifications, 1 wind, and 50 solar cases during that time period. Next slide. Of the 50 solar cases, you can generally see the peak was in 2015. It's been trending down, and these are the year they were filed. Okay, so that's important to note. So yep, next slide. There's been 16 transmission cases. Again, this is the year they were filed. You see the peak here was in 2011. Next slide. Just as an overview of the 16 transmission cases, 15 were granted, 1 withdrew. It's interesting to note, though, that 25% of these have been on the Eastern Shore, and there's been no new transmission cases on the Eastern Shore since 2015. Next slide, please. So we're just going to look closely at the 50 solar cases. Next. So 50% of those have been on the Eastern Shore. And remember, again, this is from from 2011 through November 2020. Yep. Next slide. Of the 50 solar cases, 3 are presently in review as of November. 3 were had suspended schedules. The applicant withdrew 5, but we're really going to concentrate on the 38 at the bottom here, where 37 were granted and 1 was denied. Yep. Next slide. Of the 5 solar cases that withdrew, 2 were converted to community solar. 2 had significant zoning concerns and local opposition, and those issues couldn't be resolved. And 1 is still continued to negotiate with the landowner. Next slide. Of the 37 solar cases granted, 24 had procedural schedules that were suspended during the process, and 13 had no procedural schedule modifications. Next slide. Of the 37 approved, it's interesting to note that only 7 of those are operational as of today. And I did look, and there were basically since 2016, none of those CPCNs that have been granted are operational. There were 3 in 2015 that are operational that filed that year. Next slide. So we're going to look a little closer at the reasons for the CPCN delays. Yep. So again, just as a summary, 24 out of 37 had delays in their schedule. And by delay, I just mean a change in the procedural schedule, very simply. Thank you. Next slide. So looking at this, so the whys mean, yes, they had a procedural schedule change. You can see this is in months. The bottom section where it has an N on the left and no change in the procedural schedule. You can see a pretty significant difference. Next slide. As a summary then, it took 6.1 months to receive a CPCN with no procedural schedule changes, while it took 16 months if there were changes in the procedural schedule. Next slide. 3 general categories for delays. Those delays basically were focused on zoning conflicts, local forest conservation, and the applicant redesigning the site due to county issues. Next slide. So looking at these a little closer, so here's the 24 solar cases that had delays. The average of those 24 was 229 days. And I actually kind of plotted them out by name here. See at the far right, kind of the 3 big ones are Massey, Madwoman, and Perennial. Next slide, please. These projects here had unresolved county zoning issues, causing a delay in procedural schedule. Next slide. So these 6 projects had issues with FCA, and here's the number of days they were delayed because of that. The average here is 202 days, but of course, weighted pretty heavily by the 2 on the far right. Next slide, please. Number of delays due to site redesign, dealing with county matters. Again, there's 4 projects that basically did a site redesign. Next slide. So as a summary then, 23 out of 24 of the solar cases with delays were directly associated with issues with the host county or municipality that had statutory or regulatory role. Summary of delays, so 13 had county zoning issues, 6 due to forest conservation, and 4 had site plan redesign triggered by the county or city. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, this really does stress the importance of the pre-application meeting with the county and municipality. It's also, there's value in PPRP meeting in a pre-application meeting with the developer to review the checklist. In fact, we've already done this with several of them. And lastly, PPR is committed to maintaining and updating the CPCN case database. So we're doing that on a regular basis. I think, next slide. Yeah, very good. Thank you very much. I appreciate taking the time to do this.
Thank you, Director Sadinsky. Do commissioners have any questions for the director based on the contents of his presentation? All right, we'll move to the next presentation from the Utility Scale Solar Energy Coalition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't believe I have screen sharing privileges yet, but I'm waiting for that to unlock so I can. Here we go. Let me just put these slides up. Can everybody see my screen there?
We can, yes.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to the commissioners for the opportunity to speak. My name is Cyrus Tashikori. I'm chairman of the Utility Scale Solar Energy Coalition of Maryland. And also want to thank Mr. Chen and the rest of the PSC staff for all their great work here. I'm going to provide some background on Maryland Utility Scale Solar to hopefully provide some context as to why we're all here today. Let me share 3 relevant takeaways from the Maryland PJMQ There's very little capacity on the grid. There's a very, very slow queue process, especially in Delmarva territory, which is Eastern Shore. And there's lots of competition from both inside and especially outside of Maryland for that same capacity. So as far as the projects in the queue already are concerned, there's a use it or lose it dynamic for the state of Maryland. The key takeaway here is that the existing queued projects, which are summarized here, represent the majority of what's feasible to be built in Maryland over the next 7 or more years. I'd like to quickly walk through how developers select a site. In Maryland, finding a viable utility scale solar site is like finding a needle in a haystack. The first step is always to look for the rare locations on the grid where we think there's room to inject power.
Mr. Takashori? Sir, we lost some of your audio. If you could turn off your camera, that might help us.
Let me do that. Excuse me. Trying to figure out how to do that.
You actually seem okay right now, but perhaps it was a bandwidth issue. So if you'd like to proceed, we could see if it worsens.
Okay, my apologies. Can you hear me okay now?
We can.
Okay. Let's see. So I actually have to go back a slide. My apologies. I'm not used to this app, but I will just leave it here. The first step is, I'm sorry, let's actually walk through a site selection process. This is using real data in Maryland, real transmission and geospatial data. So here's a large area with a substation. The injection analysis in this example showed 80 megawatts of capacity at this substation. A variety of constraints are identified and avoided, including wetlands, critical habitat, conservation easements, forests, dense population, floodplains, et cetera. And that leaves a target project area. This is the same map from step 2. Let's see if I can, there we go. This is the same map from step 2. We've just changed all the colors to purple for ease of following. At this stage, we start reaching out to landowners, and based on landowner interest or lack of interest, we hopefully have enough land in the target area to have a viable project. The key takeaways from this analysis is that there's 95% of the land that we started with is unsuitable for solar. That leaves just enough land to make a viable project where there's actual injection capacity. Like most projects, this layout may involve one or more fields that are connected to the point of interconnection using buried collection easements. And at this stage, there's typically very little room to reduce the footprint or move the project without killing the project, but also losing the capacity to other states or other projects. In this context, let's look at 2 common solar land use approaches by local governments. One example is a solar zone overlay district. Most land within this map on the left in the solar zone, which is a 2-mile buffer that's been defined around the transmission. If you're inside the zone, you're good to go. If you're outside the zone, you're excluded from being able to do solar. Most land, as you can see in the zone, is not suitable for solar, and excluding a parcel or 2 outside of the zone kills this project. One example. Another example is excluding prime farmland. Again, the map on the right shows prime farmland. Most of the prime farmland in this project area is unsuitable for solar, but if you exclude it, you kill the project. So that kind of brings us to why we're here. The Maryland Clean Energy Jobs Act calls for 14.5% of Maryland's generation to be solar in-state by 2030. That's 2,000 to 2,500 megawatts of utility scale solar. It's very challenging to develop solar in Maryland. And in this environment, we really need to fix some of the dysfunctional aspects of the CPCN process. Even after the Clean Energy Jobs Act, as the PPRP slides indicated, the pace of applications is dramatically slowed. And even though there has been the perennial ruling, it has yet to be internalized into state policy. The last thing I'll mention before handing it over to David Bugelmans to wrap up the comments from Utility Scale Solar Energy Coalition is that there is legislation in the works that would apply to what we're talking about here today. HB 777, SB 417 is moving through the House and the Senate. It would require PPRP to provide the commission with the PAR and the licensing conditions, regardless of PPRP's recommendation. That's a new policy change. It would also put a 6-month time frame on that requirement from when the application is complete to when the commission receives PPRP's analysis. And the combined result of the staff proposal plus these bills would be from the day that developer gives the local government a preliminary copy of the draft analysis, the draft ERD, to the day that the commissioners get, or the public utility law judge get the analysis from PPRP is 11 months. It's a very long time. That's just for the PULJ to start his work or her work. So we'd love to urge the commission to consider that in the overall schedule. And I'm going to hand it over to David Bugelmans to wrap up the next couple of slides.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. David Bugelmans on behalf of USEC. So in terms of the problems that USEC would like to target in this proceeding, what exactly procedurally is going on here? As the commission knows, under its current regulations, the commission must issue a decision as to whether a CPCN application is complete within 45 days of either delegating the case to the POLJ division or deciding to keep the case with the commission. The issue is that in most of these proceedings, parties have either not provided input on whether an application is complete or incomplete, or the assigned judge has not rendered a decision. And so what happens is that 6, 7, 8 months into the case, you have a situation where a party, and in most cases it's PPRP, will make a claim that the application is incomplete. And as Mr. Szynski said in his excellent presentation, in many cases that's revolved around zoning issues. So if you go to the next slide, please. So really, in terms of USEC's main goals in this proceeding, we think it boils down to 3 main buckets of changes. And if you were to address all of these, it would significantly improve the efficacy of this process. The first would be to create a clear pre-application consultation process to address local concerns and zoning review factors up front. The second is to directly improve the PSC's completeness review process with defined procedural dates, a clear scope of requirements for what makes an application complete, and then a clear opportunity and deadlines for the PPRP to provide input and for the applicant to respond. And then finally, building off that, if you look at the commission's requirements for what needs to go into a CPCN application, they're clearly focused on fossil plants. And over time, as more of the 50 or so projects have gone in, new requirements, de facto requirements have effectively become standard. So the final piece here is updating the pieces of what makes an application complete so applicants know in advance what's expected of them. And then PPRP and the commission, when it does its review as to whether the application is complete, it knows what's required. So that concludes our presentation. I do want to echo what Mr. Tashikori said, that staff has done an excellent job working with stakeholders here. We're going to have some input on certain changes, but we largely are in agreement conceptually with staff, and we appreciate the constructive process.
Thank you. Do commissioners at this time have any questions for USEC's presentation?
Question for Mr. Tashikori.
Commissioner.
Mr. Tashikori, what characteristics would make prime farmland unsuitable for utility scale solar development?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Commissioner. If you look back or imagine that map in your mind, there were many characteristics, access to the transmission grid being one of the key ones, but maybe the landowner's interest, or maybe the wetlands, floodplains, critical habitat, proximity to dense population. There are a lot of reasons why, largely having to do with access to the transmission grid, why the vast majority of prime farmland in Maryland is not suitable for solar.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you.
This time we'll hear the presentation from commission staff.
Morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. James Greger on behalf of staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. I would like to enter the appearance of myself, Lloyd Spivak, as well as Joey Chin. Chief Engineer John Borkowski is also in attendance should the Commission have any technical questions. On September 23rd, 2020, the Commission issued a notice of intent to initiate a rulemaking to revise COMAR regulations governing certificates of public convenience and necessity for generating stations. The notice directed Commission staff to file a rulemaking petition and invited stakeholder input to help inform staff's filing. On December 18, 2020, after receiving various comments from interested parties, staff submitted a petition for a rulemaking for the purpose of revising COMAR 20.79, specifically the provisions governing CPCN applications to include certain application requirements, including the establishment of a new pre-application process for the construction of large-scale generating stations. Additionally, staff filed supplemental comments on March 19, 2021, further explaining the staff petition's position on changing the definition of generating station found in COMAR 20.79.01 and the implementation of the 1 mile rule. Mr. Chin will further explain staff's recommended changes to the regulations and provide a presentation on this rulemaking's objectives and unresolved issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Greger, and good morning, Commissioners. Again, Joey Chen on behalf of staff. Before I begin, I'd just like to take a moment to thank all our stakeholders for their comments, their recommendations, and proposals leading up to staff's December 18 filing and thereafter. It was a very helpful experience for all of us, and staff ended up incorporating more than a decent amount of stakeholder input. When we set out to engage stakeholders, we wanted to understand the perceived problems associated with siting of not just utility scale solar projects in the state, but generating stations in general, and in particular, the frustrations expressed in the last year or so by public leaders and other organizations with solar development, specifically in view of Maryland's RPS targets. And we identified 3 key problem areas. First of which is this lack of notice and information to the counties and other local jurisdictions, as well as conflicts with county land use interests and priorities, as you've heard this morning. Number 2 was the lack of clarity in the Commission's completeness determination process, which has kind of fed into this chain of delays and reviews and postponements. And then as a result of that, problem area number 3 was this lack of certainty to solar developers in Maryland. And you've heard some of those concerns previously from Mr. Tashikori. For the purposes of this presentation, Commissioners, I will walk you through the 4 major issues. This is a good segue to the next key item on the general agenda today. The 4 major issues that staff has identified based on the stakeholder comments filed earlier in February. In terms of format, I will present staff's proposal on these 4 issues at a concept level, focusing on the elements of the concept and the requirements. But if at any point the Commission wishes to see the actual regulatory language, staff's regulatory proposed language, as well as other stakeholder proposed revisions and modifications, Ms. Bess can pull up the master document with our language and the other all revisions together. So here we go. The goal of staff's proposal was really to balance the need for project feedback from the local host jurisdiction, as well as the need for further clarity in the CPCN review process, and specifically what constitutes a complete CPCN application. That was the objective and the problem statement that we constructed, and we wanted to approach it from that angle. And to accomplish this, staff proposed 3 components. I think you've heard an overview of that from a previous presentation from Mr. Bugelmans, but just in quick recap, number 1 was to establish a pre-application consultation requirement, which does not exist today. This would require the CPCN applicant to sit down early with the local host jurisdiction before filing the CPCN application and attempt to work out issues ahead of time. And the second goal was to expand on existing CPCN application requirements with an eye towards constructing generating station specifically. And the important thing that I'll get to later on in the presentation is that you'll see but just keep with you, is that this documentation of the applicant's efforts to engage the host jurisdiction and what information the host jurisdiction is able to provide to the applicant. And then the third goal was to clarify this completeness determination process so that all parties have a better sense as to what information must be included with the CPCN in order for that application to be considered, complete for the purposes of proceeding through the completeness gate and then on to a review, the substantive review of the CPCN application on its merits. And I'll refer to that throughout as the merits review. In this regard, staff worked closely with PPRP with additional input from other stakeholders to arrive at what you've now seen before you is a comprehensive listing of information that we believe would be helpful to not only the local jurisdictions for purposes of this pre-application meeting, as well as information that is typically needed and asked for by the reviewing state agencies in order to perform their requisite independent project analysis as required under Maryland law. So obviously there are both benefits and drawbacks to this approach, as you see on this slide. And I'm not going to go through all of them, but I'll just say that staff believes that the proposed regulations attempt to bring the local jurisdictions in earlier in the process now and provide them with more detailed information than perhaps they are currently receiving, because it's project dependent and varies, as well as to provide the commission with the type of information that will assist with the required due consideration analysis under Public Utilities Article 7-207E, and then provide clarity and guidance to applicants as well as the state to help facilitate what will hopefully be a more efficient process. Now, staff understands that there are several concerns that stakeholders have raised with what they believe are gaps in staff's proposal, but I'll let those parties expound on their concerns at the appropriate time. So, as I mentioned, there were 4 key issues. The first one goes to the staff's proposed revisions to the definition of generating station under COMAR 2079-0102B. And that does include reference now to a 1-mile rule. But in a moment, I'll turn that over to Chief Engineer, Mr. John Borkowski. Issue number 2 relates to the creation of a pre-application consultation requirement. As you've heard, and for your convenient reference, that is COMAR 2079-0105 as renumbered. Issue number 3 goes to the revisions of the existing application filing requirements under what is now renumbered as COMAR 2079-0106. And I'll just briefly mention that this checklist does incorporate by reference the specific information that are listed under COMAR 2079-03. And then issue 4 relates to the completeness determination process under what is now renumbered 2079-0110. So, as I mentioned, I'll proceed more to address staff's proposals on a concept level and the elements of those proposals issue by issue. And then and I'll pause if any of the other parties would like to express their concerns at that time, and then see if the commission is comfortable with a specific issue, at least in the concept sense, before moving on to the next issue. And then if needed, Ms. Best can pull up the actual language at any time. So proceeding to issue number 1, and these go to the staff's revision for the term generating station under COMAR 2079-0102B. Staff is prepared to proceed with this issue, and Mr. Borkowski, as I said, is available to answer questions concerning this revision. But briefly, staff proposed this revision to address a longstanding concern regarding the co-location, of multiple small generators, that is 2 megawatts or smaller, at a single location that risks circumventing the 2 megawatt net metering cap and the small generator exemption under the existing COMAR definition for generating station. Under staff's revisions, the definition of generating station, a single generator could now also comprise multiple generators that share the same energy source, the same affiliated facility ownership, and are located at a single location, which staff considers to be within 1 mile of each other using the FERC's distance calculation. And the FERC method measures the distance between the edge of the nearest electrical generating equipment at 2 affiliated facilities. Now, several stakeholders have raised concerns in their comments that the inclusion of this 1 mile rule could have the unintended consequence of now requiring a number of aggregated net metering projects to go through a more costly and comprehensive CPC and review, because they would now be considered a single generator. I'll just add that the Chesapeake Solar and Storage Association has proposed alternative language should the commission decide to address those concerns. So now I will turn it over to Mr. Prokosky if the commission has any questions on issue number 1.
Mr. Chen, just to be clear, we're going to be tackling these 4 issues separately. So will you be addressing the next 3 issues in succession, or are we stopping here and now the commission is fully adjudicating the definition of generating station?
Well, I believe that we can go issue by issue. I think with this particular one in particular, it seems to make sense because it is somewhat tangentially related to the core of the rest of the rulemaking, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
So,
thank you.
Yeah.
Well, so I do have some questions, Mr. Chen. You referred to this as a long-standing concern. I know that in your filing you referred to it as a problem. Does the commission have evidence on the record that this is a problem in need of a fix at this time? Either you or Mr. Borkowski.
I will defer to Mr. Prokosky. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. John Borkowski for staff. The engineering division recommended this particular 1 mile rule because of the fact that there have been several projects that we feel have used loopholes for co-located sites to basically evade the 2 megawatt small generator exemption and also the 2 megawatt net metering cap. Now, the engineering division's role in this was to come up simply with a technical recommendation. And to do that, we noted that FERC had a similar issue with qualifying facilities, small power projects, and there's an 80 megawatt or less limit for that. Now, while adoption of this rule in Maryland, of course, is for a different purpose, it is with a similar intent. And I recall Mr. Springer's comments about the intention of staff. It truly was the intention of staff to pursue the 1 mile rule so that we can try to close these loopholes. And so that is why we proposed it. And we do recognize that it will have an impact on aggregated net metering projects, but only to the extent that, you know, those projects, the generators involved in those projects were able to exploit the loophole. Now, as far as the question about grandfathering, you know, existing projects were done, you know, you really can't change the rules. There have been a number of projects that have basically taken advantage of this loophole, but I think our intent is going forward to try to close the loophole. And I'll be open for any other questions on, you know, our intent here or any of the technical matters related to the rule.
Thank you, Mr. Borkowski. I appreciate that. I understand the concept of the 1 mile rule, and FERC had a number of contested proceedings and complaints that were filed with the commission that prompted them to promulgate this rule. I would like to hear from a number of the parties in a little more depth, including NextAmp and Mr. Murray, for the need and the extent of potential effect that this rule would have. But I'll turn to my colleagues first if they have questions. Mr. Richard.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Borkowski, I just want to understand why there is this concern about the that you call it the loophole. If a developer decides that they would like to, I guess, do multiple projects under 2 megawatts, doesn't that subject them then to local requirements and no longer subject to BCN rules?
Thank you, Commissioner Richard, for that question. And yes, if a developer does pursue multiple, let's say, for example, 2 megawatt projects, they would be exempt from the CPN requirements and would fall under local jurisdiction.
It appears that we lost Commissioner Richard for a moment. I suspect that.
Can you hear me?
Oh, we could hear you. We can't see you.
Okay, let me turn off my video. I'm having internet problems today. I'm sorry, I missed the answer, but that is correct. The watt and lesser are subject to local requirements and no longer subject under the jurisdiction of the CCN. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. And if the other that larger projects would take up space, if you will, would crowd out the smaller projects, is that still a concern?
Yes, sir. That is one of the major concerns that we had. Now, we've only had a handful or so of these projects, at least to my knowledge, which have been able to evade the, or excuse me, let's just say take advantage of this loophole. But I think we're also trying to be forward-looking here, and that there is potential for much larger projects down the road. And we provided one example in our March 19th comments where conceivably you could have a very large solar farm. And because of the fact that these are highly configurable, you could subdivide it up. And we had the example of a 200 megawatt solar farm being, divided up into 100 different 2 megawatt generators. And that would make a huge dent in the statewide net metering cap, which is only 1,500 megawatts. So it was definitely an intent here to try to close these loopholes. And one of the primary considerations was the statewide net metering cap.
Okay. And given the fact that the legislature is looking now to increase that cap, should that lessen our concern? And I guess the other question going along with that, this doesn't seem to be a concern among developers. In other words, the rooftop and the large commercial and various don't seem to be concerned about this as an issue. So I'm just trying to understand why we would be concerned if it's not a concern in the industry, and it looks like the legislature is wanting to increase the net metering cap.
Okay. staff counsel may be better suited than I to answer that question, but I do want to address the issue of precedent because it was brought up by Mr. Springer that the precedent here might be overly broad and arbitrary. In the past, regarding precedent, there have been several projects that have evaded the loophole, but there was one recent project, and I believe it was the Blue Star project, where I believe the commission actually, the commission decision on that did not allow those units to be subdivided for net metering purposes, and only one of those 2 megawatt units, I believe it was the total plant size of 6 megawatts divided up 2 megawatts each, but only one of those units could be allowed to participate in net metering. So there is some commission precedent there for trying to limit these practices, but there have been several other projects before that were able to slip into the loophole, so to speak. And I could probably use some more support on this from staff counsel because I'm not familiar with all the past projects.
Mr. Spivak's ready to jump in. We have a couple open mics. If we could, anybody not speaking, please close your mic. Mr. Spivak.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to note a couple of things on this. The first is with respect to the CPCN issue versus local jurisdiction. Part of the issue is that a larger solar facility is supposed to go through the CPCN process. So, and that's the reason there is a line between where you need a CPCN and where you don't, because once you get a project past a certain size, it's likely to have more potential environmental effects. Now, maybe 2 megawatts is not necessarily the exact size where that should be a concern or not, but nonetheless, there is somewhere that line of where a project is large enough that it is going to have substantial effects, and it should be examined closely through the CPCN process. But the co-location thing of multiple projects on a single site, essentially, and not requiring any of those projects, allegedly, multiple projects to get a CPCN when the effect of the whole thing is the effect of a larger project, seems to avoid the purpose of the CPCN statute. So that's why we tend to view that as being a loophole in the CPCN statute that needs to be closed. The second thing is, with respect to precedent, we actually, I think, have only two cases where the commission has ruled and they are contrary to each other. One is the Annapolis Solar Project, in that one, the commission basically allowed it to go forward, and that was essentially several projects co-located on one site. And I mean, I think that's partially on my head because of what happened and the information I was given at the time. I may have misunderstood some things. The second is the Blue Star case that Mr. Borkowski referred to. And in that one, I think what happened was what we think should be happening with respect to these projects.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'm also very interested to hear what the other parties have to say about this. I mean, at this point, I'm still questioning the need for this rule. It seems if developers want to subject themselves to local jurisdiction, I mean, that should be their prerogative. I also question with what's happening at the legislature and the push, the goal to set higher solar requirements and objectives in our state are consistent with doing something along this line. So, but again, I would like to hear from the parties. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Spivak, your response was helpful because I was going to ask who determined that a loophole not only exists, but is currently being exploited. And your response was that staff determined this loophole on its own. Do we have any legislative intent that the loophole that has been identified by staff is in fact a loophole that needs to be closed?
We don't have anything specific from the legislature on that. I would say that. I would also note that we are aware of a number of projects that have been built, at least I think maybe 2 or 3 projects that have been built that also are in this category but never came before the commission. Essentially they simply went forward without ever coming to the commission's attention. Specifically in Perryman, and I think there was one in Howard County as well. So it is an issue that can happen, but also because we see the statute as being fairly clear, at least in terms of the CPCN thresholds.
Mr. Spivak, I agree with you. There are limitations to how much net meter capacity we have, but it appears that the legislature never stated that 100 2-megawatt projects can't be necessarily co-located together. I think it's reasonable interpretation that's not the policy of the state. But unlike FERC, have we received any complaints regarding this alleged loophole?
No. We have, as I said, adjudicated the Annapolis Solar and the Blue Star case, but we haven't received a complaint on that. And again, I would agree with respect to the net energy metering that other than the 1,500 megawatt cap, the 2-megawatt issue has not been identified by the legislature, but with respect to the CPCN requirement, that is very clear.
Thank you. So we heard initially from
Mr. Spivak. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, can I ask a follow-up question, Mr. Spivak? Mr. Spivak, in Blue Star, that project was originally a project headed towards the CPCN process, correct? And they withdrew their application?
Yes, that's correct. But they withdrew their application after it ran into exactly this issue, I think. After this issue came up and went through.
Right. And so they went back to the drawing board and reconfigured the same exact project to avoid the CPCN process, in my opinion. And that was the commission's decision. We said, we're not going to allow you to reconfigure your large generator that would currently come under the rule and call it something else to avoid the rule. Correct?
That's correct, Commissioner.
So I think it's important to have that part of the discussion here, because some notion that it's okay to avoid the CPCN process, and I believe the commission precedent, at least in Blue Star and in many other instances, is that we protect the public interest with the CPCN process, and we maintain our exclusive and preemptive siting authority in the state through that process. And I think it's very important to hear that.
And I think that's precisely the intent that we're trying to carry through with this requirement.
Thank you.
All right. To the extent Mr. Springer or Mr. Murray would like to respond briefly, we heard your concerns in your opening statement, and then Mr. Drummond.
Thank you, Chairman. If I may, go ahead, David.
Go ahead, Jake. I also see that Mr. Chasen has his hand raised, and I'm sure he can also chime in on this issue on behalf of the solar industry.
Okay, Mr. Chasen, do you want to start?
I do. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Todd Chasen on behalf of Sun Power. We filed comments on this narrow issue as well. I'd like to first correct a couple of items. Blue Star had completed the CPCN process and was actually a year or two post that process when it came before the commission on that issue, trying to adjust an interconnection issue. The condition specifically required for a wholesale interconnection agreement, which, because it had been changed to a net metering project, could no longer be satisfied. That was how it ended up before the commission. It was not for the purpose of evading the CPCN requirement. Circling back around, I think that Mr. Murray and Mr. Springer did a good job of summarizing this in their opening statements. I also think that, Mr. Chairman, you in your question to staff initially regarding whether this was a problem really is the issue. I will agree it is a question, and certainly over the past 10 or 15 years since net metering began, it's one that I get on a regular basis from clients. But there are a few significant limiting factors here. One, remember, there are only 3 classes of customer who are even eligible for this. This is counties, municipalities, agricultural, and nonprofit. We've also seen that these projects must not be all that easy to do because there really are only a handful that have happened anywhere within the state. The last piece is that remember that for any of those entities to be able to take advantage of this, they have to have both the property and the demand to take advantage of it. Okay, so the example of the 200 megawatt really is a straw man that needs to be knocked down here. There is no jurisdiction that has enough demand and enough land to do a project like this. What we by and large see are a scattering of distributed solar projects, sometimes located within 1 mile because counties, for example, often own property in proximity to each other, or in the case of landfills. And so I think it's a fair question for staff to have raised. I think part of what the commission is seeing is that this issue received nowhere near the amount of discussion that all of the rest of the 3 issues you're going to talk about after this one have received. Even for those of us who were involved with this process going back 9 months, we're surprised to see this issue added to this rulemaking. And so one thing that the commission may want to think about is whether it has a complete enough record to deal with this discrete issue at this time. The other issue is to remember that while it is only prospective, these are long-run projects. They do take a while to develop. And so there are at least some of these projects in Maryland that began the procurement process at the local jurisdiction as long ago as last fall, but might be caught up in this if this rule does not have any grandfathering or allowing language. And so in summary, I would just suggest that this really may not be an issue that needs to be dealt with. And if it is, it may not be ready to be dealt with today. Thank you.
I assumed Mr. Murray, Mr. Springer, Mr. Chasen accurately reflected your positions. Do you need to say anything more before I turn to Mr. Drummond?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. I will say one other thing, and that's that the CPCN process really deals with solar projects and other utility scale projects above 2 megawatts that connect to the transmission level. When Mr. Chasen says distribution level, these are projects sub 2 megawatts, and we really consider that in the industry distributed generation. Thus, that's why we really see this issue as tangential to the broader CPCN process, because we're really starting to wade into distribution level projects, distributed generation, which really don't relate to utility scale projects, which directly interconnect to the transmission lines. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. I'll turn to Mr. Drummond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the extent I'm aware of what counties are doing with the smaller scale projects, most counties do have in their zoning codes a distinction between so-called small scale and large scale solar projects, and most counties accommodate very well, as far as I'm concerned, the sort of projects that are in the net metering category. To the extent that the commission staff or the commission itself is worried about worried about the environmental impacts of these projects, I think you may be confident in knowing that the local county's zoning ordinances, and I assume municipalities as well, carefully consider the environmental impacts in addition to the land use impacts of these smaller projects. I think the local jurisdictions are well equipped to deal with these projects without violence to environment, land use issues. Moreover, to the extent that there might be wetlands issues, critical area issues, forest conservation issues, they're all subject to state law and regulation, and no county or town will finally approve such a smaller project without the requisite state permits in any event. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a few thoughts, but I wanted to just confirm any additional questions from commissioners. I am concerned with
Oh, sorry.
Commissioner Herman, sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Spivak, is the issue really that the developer of utility solar has an opportunity to forum shop? Is that really what you're talking about here? They're thinking, well, I might get a better opportunity if I go through. Mr. Spivak, you have a sensitive mic. Why don't you turn it off until you're going to respond? Thanks. Is it really a forum shopping issue that you're trying to solve, that the developer, might try to figure out where they get the best opportunity? And if so, is that something that we need to solve or something that the legislature needs to solve?
I would say that's kind of a secondary concern. It's not the primary issue from our perspective, but it does factor into the equation. Certainly, if things are left open as they now are, that could occur. That kind of forum shopping could occur, because it really the forum you end up in would simply depend on how you decide to configure your project. So that is an issue. And with respect to the legislature, it would certainly be helpful if the legislature were to act and set whatever policy or lines that they choose to set. We are putting this rule forward in an effort to implement what we see as the law currently being, and clarifying how it should be applied. But if the legislature chooses to change the law to accommodate whatever it wants to accommodate, then that's certainly their prerogative.
Sure. And with respect to, am I hear you saying that your primary concern isn't forum shopping, but in fact is the net metering, hitting the net metering limitation and potentially blocking smaller projects in favor of large projects?
It is that. It's also the integrity of the CPCN process. That is, that process is a very in-depth and carefully designed process. And, as of now, the law says the projects of a certain size have to undergo that process. And there are good reasons for that being the case. And, if this is where the forum shopping comes in, if being subjected to the CPCN process is solely dependent on how the developer configures their project, then there is a loophole in the law that needs some kind of clarification, because that should not be the determinant of whether or not a project goes to the CPCN project. It should be whatever limits the legislature sets on that, and what their policy issues and concerns are.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We had a number of comparisons to FERC here. with respect to its 1 mile rule. And that rule was promulgated only after a series of high profile gaming incidents by renewable developers. These occurred over the course of a couple of years. And in that case, FERC looked to its statute, in this case it was PURPA, to determine whether it was necessary to create a rule for these QFs. And I believe the limitation was 80 megawatts. So that commission, before it, had a number of cases in controversy and looked back to its law to see whether it was permissive to go forward with a new regulation in the CFR. In this case, I don't see any history that would warrant us necessary to move forward with a regulation today in the absence of obvious gaming of either our CPC process or the net metering cap. I do agree with Mr. Chasen, however, that this is an important question, and it's one that we should review going forward. But at this time, I don't see necessarily a problem in need of a solution. So while I appreciate staff's work on this issue, I can't support this proposed regulation.
Mr. Chairman, I'll speak up also and say I agree with what you just said, and yeah, I just don't think it's time for this particular rule to be considered. Maybe in the future, but at this point, I think it maybe even run contrary to what we're trying to do with solar development in the state.
Mr. Chairman, I have a very different view, maybe, because I appreciate very much what staff is attempting to do here. I think we do have evidence of a problem, and it was Blue Star, where they couldn't meet their CPCM requirements, so simply tried to avoid it by reconfiguring their project. And that's the type of gaming that's been demonstrated in the state. And that's why the commission said no, in my opinion. And so I think I can live with this rule not going forward today, but I want to send a clear signal and message that gaming to avoid the CPCM process, in my opinion, is not in the interest of the citizens of Maryland. And I won't put up with it as a commissioner.
So I also agree with the chairman and Commissioner Richard. I think it's a little early for a regulation of this nature. I also agree with some of the comments that Mr. Chasen made regarding just the practical reality of this type of gaming. I think if it was happening more often than the instance that even Commissioner O'Donnell cited, then I'd be more inclined to be supportive of the regulation. But I am interested in hearing a little more about it. I think that, and I didn't hear anybody contradict Mr. Chasen earlier when he noted that this is a relatively new discussion. So it might warrant some further conversation at the work group level or as part of the group that was discussing the regulations as a whole. So that might be an alternative that would work to make sure that we flush this out fully, so that if there is a problem, then we make sure we address it.
May I just make one comment before we move on? I do know
Commissioner Herman yet, but Commissioner Herman, would you like to hear from Mr. Spivak first?
If he likes, that's fine.
Thank you, Commissioner, and I beg your indulgence for interrupting. The comment I was going to make is one reason that maybe there hasn't been a controversy is because some of these projects have been happening without any commission knowledge. So as I said, we are aware of a couple that have been put into place without ever coming here, simply because there isn't the, essentially they were able to say there isn't a commission rule on this. So I just wanted to make that point.
I really agree with all of my colleagues. I agree with Commissioner O'Donnell that we want to preserve and maintain the integrity of the CPCN process and the commission's jurisdiction over larger projects that are intended to go through the CPCN process. But I also agree that there may be other alternatives to this, and that we don't have a full discussion of what the appropriate limitations, if any, should be on this definition. So I think that we're not, for my part, I'm not ready to say that this is the right definition. I'm not saying that we don't need it. I'm just saying that I don't know that we have a full discussion of what is the right definition, other than we have the staff definition proposed, and then other people saying, we don't like that, but I'd like to, I think it deserves a further discussion.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Chen, I'm going to ask that the host advisor bring up the proposed regulation number 23, which is the definition of generating station, to see if there are additional edits that we will retain. And if you could walk us through those. I believe that based on the consensus of the commissioners, most of that red line will now be struck. What would you propose that we retain? It looks like the word generating.
Sure, I'm going to pull up my own PDF at the same time, Mr. Chairman, so I'm tracking as well. The font on my screen is a little small. Okay, so for 2079-0102B, definition 23, sub A, we would keep generating.
Hold
I'm
on.
sorry.
Ms. Best, can you? There we go. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna do a scrolling fashion here. So 23 is the definition for generating station. So paragraph A, little a, we would keep that. B, we would keep that. I believe the definition for C, however, this is probably where we would need to discuss further. Because all of this, the concern really goes to the 1 mile, but that 1 mile is integral to the definition of what is a generating unit and what is a So for C, I unless Mr. Prokosky or Mr. Spivak feel differently, I think C is what we would table.
I think actually what I'm looking at is the 1 mile rule is embodied in subsection D here. That is the prescriptions of use the same generating source or the same affiliated facility ownership, and the generating units are within 1 mile of another. So it's D.
It is. It is under D. However, the definition for generating unit comes at C.
Correct, but I don't think that any of the things that were in C, C little I, little I, double I, little double I, little triple I, and IV, I don't think any of those are precluding anything or anything other than what or embody any of the restriction. That's what I'm looking at.
I have no concern with that, Mr. Chairman.
So, Ms. Best, we will be striking D in its entirety. And if we could scroll.
And Mr. Chairman, what about, sorry, I turned my camera off so that I'm not sticking my nose up right up on the screen there. But what about B3, one or more solely participating in aggregation? Wasn't that put in order to address the D?
Yes, it was put in, proposed by the Chesapeake Storage and Solar Association, I think, as an accommodation or a counter proposal with respect to the 1 mile rule. Is that correct, Mr. Murray?
That's correct.
Okay, so that language would also come out then. Is that correct, Mr. Chen?
If Ms. Best, could you just kind of scroll up a little bit? Oh, thank you. You're coloring there. I'm sorry. It is a one or more community solar. Correct. Yes, that exemption language would come out.
Okay, so we would delete that as well. As I stated at the outset, the commission will take one formal vote at the end. This will give the commissioners time, as well as staff time, to determine if there were any errors or typos along the way. However, based on what I'm reviewing now, what is on the screen, that reflects the consensus of the commission to dispatch with the proposal for the 1 mile rule. If there's no objection, we'll conclude our discussion of the generator station definition, and we'll take a brief 10-minute break, reconvening at 11:45.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Linton.
Thank you. I hate to stand in front of the break, but I just had a quick question. And we just lost the graphic there. Could we place the regulation back? I just had a question about one of the phrases there. Yeah, so in here, we regularly reference the definition of generating station, but then we move on to reference the definition of we use the word or phrase generating unit. And so generating unit has another definition, or a semi-definition, I guess, under C. So
that's Commissioner Litt. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
I just wanted to make sure that phrasing is correct. So we're referencing a definition within a definition. So,
Commissioner Linton, John Borkowski for staff. If you notice in 23A, there we had the addition of generating unit. So unit was already specified in the definition of a generating station. And because these units are highly configurable, and also to try to support our 1 mile rule, we decided to add this definition of a generating unit, which is different than a generating station. So that was the motivation.
okay, thank you for that. Actually, was going to be my next question: is were they the same, or are they different in some way? Because it looked like they were different, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah, they're definitely different.
Okay. Well, Mr. Chairman, I'd have to think about whether or not it's. And I know it's referencing or in support of the 1 mile rule. I don't know if it's supposed to be there or not. I guess so. Maybe I'll think about it over the break.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now that you flag it, it is awkward to have a definition within a definition. And if anything, the generating unit definition should probably come between A and B, because we now use the term generating unit in A.
Right.
But we don't disclose what it means until C. So perhaps we table this to allow staff an opportunity to, one, determine if this is necessary in light of the commission's decision. Number two, if so, do we create its own separate definition, or do we continue to nest it within another definition, which doesn't feel quite right, Commissioner Linton? Thank you for flagging.
Mr. Chairman, staff would be glad to, over the break, talk about this and see if we can move this to its own separate defined term.
Thank you. Anything else on this matter before we take a recess? All right, we'll be a short recess. We'll return at 11:45. Just for planning purposes, we'll have lunch around the 1 o'clock hour. Thank you. We're in recess until 11:45.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners.
We'll go on the record in about 15 seconds. Okay, we are back on the record. Mr. Greger, are we going to see a presentation on staff for the next item?
We are. Joey should be back on shortly.
I am back. Thank
yeah.
you. I'm just, okay. I have presenter privileges coming online now, Mr. Chairman. Okay, I am ready.
Please proceed.
Okay, thank you, commissioners. And we're moving on to issue number 2 now, which is the pre-application consultation requirement. And here I have, as you'll see on the screen, the core elements of staff's proposal, which are threefold. They are on the left, and then the specific requirements of each of these components is listed on the right. So the important thing to keep in mind here when you're looking at this screen is the elements for this concept. So under staff's proposal, as you've heard, the applicant at least 90 days prior to filing a CPCN application, prospective applicant must meet with the host jurisdiction, and in preparation for that meeting, must provide the host jurisdiction with a copy of the applicant's concept plan, environmental review document, or ERD, as you've heard it referred to, and any additional or informational pamphlet that is made available through the Commission's website. Now, except for the informational pamphlet, the applicant is already providing a site plan or details of the site plan and its ERD with its CPCN application. So that information is coming in to the Commission. The proposal simply requires that the applicant must provide the local jurisdiction with this information now ahead of time. So to give the jurisdictions a leg up or some time to review and provide their feedback. Now, this aspect of the proposal, like I said, is intended to bring the host jurisdiction in advance early in the process and give them notice, time to process also with respect to any project or proposed project that's coming down the pipe. And what this will do is to give the applicant, in turn, a chance to work out any issues that are raised and concerns that are raised by the host jurisdiction ahead of time before they file their application with the Commission. As you've heard, one of the concerns from at the local level is that projects can change throughout the course of the CPCN proceeding, and oftentimes the local host jurisdiction is not made aware of these changes in project details. Now, ideally, the applicant will be able to integrate this local feedback to avoid making these substantive changes later and avoid conflict and further delay during the merits review phase of the CPCN review. So it also helps the host jurisdiction make an informed decision as to how involved the local jurisdiction wants to be in the CPCN review process. Do they want to just, if everything's fine, do they want to just monitor and be an interested party, or do they actually want to go further and formally intervene in the process and get involved and participate? In turn, the prospective applicant will be required to ask the host jurisdiction to provide what we're referring to as a preliminary report within the 90 days of being given the applicant's documentation. And this is the area of concern you heard earlier this morning expressed by the county representatives. Now, because the objective of such a report is to address specifically the Public Utilities Article 7207E due consideration factors, these refer to local recommendation, consistency of the project with the local comprehensive plan and zoning. Any information that the host jurisdiction can provide to the applicant will ultimately be helpful to the Commission. Now, you heard earlier this morning that there was a concern expressed by Kent Conservation and Preservation Alliance that I'm sorry, I might have mixed up the parties, but you heard the concern expressed that there was an omission of the local inclusion of a local recommendation by the local governments as part of this preliminary report, or even as part of the application filing requirements. Now, I just want to respond by saying that wasn't an intended omission. I think we were talking through this and keeping in mind that all of this pre-application engagement and consultation that's happening before an applicant even files a CPCN application. So before that even triggers any question of whether or not to approve or deny CPCN application, that hasn't come before the commission yet. So, you know, whether or not the local jurisdiction, to the extent that the applicant is even seeking a recommendation, you know, that question may not be necessarily ripe. I mean, but that could be just a technical point. But part of our assumption is that this dialogue, this consultation, really sets the stage for whether or not you know, the applicant has the positive feedback or ultimate recommendation, because they've worked with the local jurisdiction and integrating changes. So it kind of perhaps assumes to some degree that a local recommendation would be forthcoming sometime in the actual merits review. Staff made late revisions, and just to correct my earlier statement, it wasn't the Kent Alliance. It was, I believe it was Frederick County. Staff made a late revision to the proposal that added 2 provisions under this section. First, if the applicant makes any material changes to the project details after meeting with the local officials under this requirement, and then after filing the CPCN application, the applicant then must notify the host jurisdiction of these changes, and that was to address some of the concerns you heard this morning, that changes can happen and locals won't have any notification of that. And then second, staff added a requirement that in addition to consulting the local host jurisdiction, the prospective applicant must also now meet with PPRP to provide an overview of the proposed project. And staff's understanding from PPRP and the developer community is that this serves to codify what's already good practice that's happening today. So for those developers who are already familiar with the siting practices in Maryland, they're already doing this, is staff's understanding. And so putting this practice in COMAR is also for the benefit of those applicants who are less experienced with what's being done, what's common practice in the state nowadays. But because of the timing of these last 2 revisions in particular, you know, stakeholders have not had the opportunity to respond to these new provisions. So I do want to take a pause in a minute to give them a chance to express any concerns that they have. But I will say that there is general support for this concept, this pre-application consultation requirement. But as you have heard, there are specific concerns with respect to this 90-day timeframe for local governments to provide the preliminary feedback, and whether or not the applicant should be required to provide more information to the host jurisdiction under this provision. I do want to respond to that concern, that the way that staff's proposed regulations work, not only under 2079-0105, but also 2079-0110, which specifically addresses the completeness determination process. In reality, the local jurisdictions have more than 90 days. They would have upwards of 145 days or more by my calculation. So just real briefly, it's the 90-day window that they would have when they meet with the prospective applicant, and then there's the 45-day window for PPRP to make a completeness determination recommendation, and then another 10-day period for the applicant to respond to that. So, and that doesn't even take into consideration the additional few days or so that the commission would issue its delegation order, or the period of time between when the POJ or the commission actually issues a final determination on completeness. So local jurisdictions, the way that staff's regulations are constructed, would allow the local jurisdiction to file all the way up to the day that the commission issues its completeness determination. So that's really 145 days if you do the quick math or more, give or take a few extra days. And then, of course, it doesn't say anything about the right of the local jurisdiction to get involved and to intervene, become a party participant, or to even submit public comments even after the application has proceeded to the merits review. So with that, I'll just pause and see if there are any concerns, especially with the late additions.
Mr. Chen,
staff's filing.
Mr. Chen, before we hear from the other parties, and I want to hear from them, I have a fundamental question I wanted to ask you. These 2 90-day periods you have on the screen right now, did staff envision that they would run in parallel, sequentially, partially in parallel? How do these 2 90-day periods kind of kick off and run together?
They are.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner, for the question. They are intended to run in parallel. So the 90-day, if you imagine that the moment that the applicant or prospective applicant sets up this meeting with the host jurisdiction, that's supposed to be at least 90 days out. So when they do that, they are supposed to submit to the local jurisdiction their concept plan and their ERD. And so it really should, at least the regulations envision allowing at least 90 days for the local jurisdiction to receive the applicant's information, documents, and then review. So in the time frame that they set up this meeting, it's supposed to be set up at least 90 days before, and then the local jurisdictions are supposed to have the documents at least 90 days before that meeting. Does that make sense?
You just said something that almost made sense to the last few words you said, 90 days before that meeting. So that makes me think.
I'm sorry. That was my bad. I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's
let me just check my understanding. The second block here on your graphic starts at the exact same time the first 90-day period starts at the meeting. At the first meeting, both 90-day periods start running.
Yes. Okay. That's a good example.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just needed to get that cleared up in my mind.
That was a good question, Commissioner O'Donnell, because I was thinking about that as well. And while these are 2 separate and distinct 90-day periods, they could actually overlap right on top of each other, is my understanding. Is that right, Mr. Chen?
They are intended to run parallel.
Because on January 1st, the developer can go forward and present all this information to the local county officials. And on January 2nd, the county officials could respond 1 day later with their preliminary report, correct?
Yes, that could happen. That is 24 hours later. Yes, that could happen.
But just to illustrate that within the 90 days, the county could respond the next day or 90 days later with its preliminary report.
Yes, and if I can just describe this, so the ideal situation is so that the applicant sets a meeting no later than 90 days before filing its application. And then the local jurisdiction would have the applicant's documents at that time, at least by the time that meeting is set, or by the time that they have that meeting. So the benefit is that over the course of the 90 days, so once the applicant has met with the local jurisdiction, they have 90 days within which to dialogue with the local officials, go back and forth, work out concerns, work out issues, integrate any of those fixes before they actually end up filing the CPCN application.
So the 90-day start clock for block 1 and block 2 on the screen is the same. The 90 days starts off at the same time.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. That's helpful to just envision.
Chairman, I should point out that the proposed rule provides that if a local jurisdiction does not submit a preliminary report within the 90-day period, the applicant can then attest to the commission that it has met, it has provided the information, and the applicant may proceed if the local jurisdiction chooses not to provide the preliminary analysis. So they're not held up if the locals don't do anything, my understanding.
That is my understanding as well, Mr. Drummond. Any additional commissioner questions before we?
Yes, I do.
Yes, okay. Go ahead, Commissioner Herman.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Chen, what if within your 90 days, what if all of this happens in the 90 days and then it gets submitted to the commission and PPRP says it's not complete and the commission agrees it's not complete? Do you start all over again with a brand new application and all of these 90 days have to be redone? You know, I mean, it does, because in theory, if the application's not complete, then you have to start all over again. Is there, what would happen if that happened?
So if the commission agreed that the application was not complete, then there is an immediate next step, which is the opportunity to cure. So the commission would then outline or state a reason, identify the defect in the application, and then provide the opportunity for the applicant to cure by some date certain. If the applicant is unable to do so, then to the satisfaction of the commission, then presumably they would have to go back and ultimately refile. But I see Ms. McLemore has activated her camera, so she may want to weigh in and she may be able to offer some additional information on this from PPRP standpoint.
Commissioner Sandra McLemore on behalf of the Power Plant Research Program. Yes, I just wanted to first say that we strongly support staff's recommendation here. And I'd like to point out that this is a minimum in the event that it's a difficult case. There's nothing to stop the applicant from going up to the county prior to the 90 days. It just assures that the county has 90 days before they file an application to understand the project. During the completeness review process, typically PPRP will reach out to the applicant if it sees problems in the application and request that they provide information. This is important because sometimes there are concerns, and so it's important to have someone to help assist the PPRP if they have concerns, such as the commissioner or the public utility law judge. In the event that it comes to the end of the time frame, what PPRP does is it files a completeness determination letter, and it says specifically in that what is not complete, and many times tells the commission what is needed to complete that application. Then the PULJ or the commission is able to look at it and determine whether it is a sufficient time frame, how many days the applicant may need to cure that. This is what's typically has happened in the past, and it has worked. It's been able to work. Does that answer your question?
It
I'll
did.
be happy to.
No, it did. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So regarding the the preliminary report, I understand that even in the draft regulation, it says may. So the county or municipal corporation may decide not to respond or write anything. Can you tell me what?
Correct, Commissioner Linton.
So what happens? Does the county file the report with the commission, or do they only give it to the applicant?
Well, Thank you for that question. So the pre-application consultation meeting in that process envisions that the county would give a copy of that preliminary report to the applicant. And then the applicant would include that report with its CPCN application filing later on. If the county, however, if let's say the applicant is not unable to, for one reason or another, to obtain that preliminary report, they would then go on and file the CPCN application, but then there are other criteria they would need to satisfy in order to check off that related aspect of the checklist. But then the county can also submit its report either to the applicant, in which the applicant would then supplement its application, or they could file it directly with the commission. Staff's proposed regs do not preclude the county from directly filing with the commission.
So if the county or municipal corporation decides not to file it, we would at least get a copy of it through the applicant's application.
That's correct. If they provided it to the applicant, yes.
So in the draft regulation, we point out, we highlight 3 different items that the report should include. If the county government wants to add other items, I don't think the staff's opposed to that. It just doesn't, the regulation as drafted now doesn't provide the usual generic language that would give them the flexibility to say, anything else or something like that.
That is correct. I mean, the regulation under regulation 0.05 is intended to include the minimum. I mean, the requisite items.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chen. I'm curious as to the county's thoughts on this process. Is there, what are your concerns? Do you think that this is acceptable, or because I mean, if you're okay with it, then that's fine with me. I do know I have some concern about the commission having some level of directing a county or municipal corporation to produce a report. But if Mako and the other representatives that have commented this morning are comfortable with that, then that's fine with me.
Well, if I could, I'm sorry, if I could just respond very quickly. On that point, that's why the language uses the term specifically the word may, because it's voluntary, and staff recognize that county participation has always been, at their own election, and there isn't, it was never intended to compel the counties to produce a preliminary report. But I just wanted to make that point before I yield to Alex.
Thank you, Joey, and thank you, Commissioner Linton, for the question.
Mr. Butler, if you could hold on for a second. Mr. Chen, do you have additional slides, or can we take the slide down?
Mr. Chairman, I'll take the slide down.
Okay, I was just curious. Do you have additional slides on this regulation, or was that the only one?
Not on this one, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for the interruption, Mr. Butler.
Not a problem. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Joey, and Commissioner Linton. I think counties generally can get on board with the pre-application process. I think that our overarching issues with CPCN process are that we don't get information up front and timely and have a back and forth, facilitated discussion with developers, and then we see some issues arise out of that. So to the extent that we have a really more robust pre-application period, we are happy to see that. Also, to Mr. Chen's points earlier, we appreciate the inclusion of language designed to keep local governments aware of projects or changes to projects after they leave that pre-application stage. I think that our ask of the Commission today is we're asking for a little more time in the pre-application stage. As Mr. from the stated earlier, applications are not the only projects in the queue at the local level. And local governments, particularly those that don't have great experience in dealing with these applications, will need more time to make sure that they can play that meaningful role and provide that statutorily mandated information to the commission. Comprehensive plan, whether it's consistent with comprehensive plan zoning and the recommendation of the governing body. Some jurisdictions may feel that they can meet that 90 days, and they're all going to strive for it. But we believe a 120-day window is a little more reasonable. And from what I saw in the presentations, 120 days still captures a large amount of these local delays. So I would just say that we could even agree to a 90-day period with perhaps a mandatory 30-day extension at the request of a local jurisdiction. I think that's a reasonable path forward. And also to the point on whether a local jurisdiction may not want to submit something to the commission. And that's something that we'd like to be able to preserve for them to be able to not submit something if they would prefer not to. So we appreciate that inclusion, the may as opposed to a shall, and we will continue working with you all going forward. But once again, 90 days with a perhaps mandatory 30-day extension at the request of a local government is sort of a ask of you this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that reflective, those comments reflective of thoughts from other representatives of the county governments?
If I could have the opportunity to speak, this is Wendy Kearney representing Frederick County. I agree that there is general support in the counties, at least for Frederick County, with the pre-application approach to the county to answer some of these questions. And part of the concern that others have expressed about the 90-day time frame is, if this is your initial experience, having just recently had Frederick County become suddenly involved in several cases that come in out of the blue. I mean, we have no idea that these are in the works. It's the proceedings before the commission, the rules. It's like entering into a foreign country and having to learn the new language. So the concern would not be so much that a county that is experienced in this should be able to address it in these time frames. And part of it is if it's a first time for a county, they may well not have a full comprehension of what their role can and should be in the process if it is their initial application. Another point I think is important. There seems to be this conflating of two very separate requirements in 7207. What is proposed here in the rulemaking addresses the provision that was added in 2017 that the consistency with the comprehensive plan and zoning be considered, and efforts to address concerns raised by the county. What is being discussed in this, as I see it in the proposed rule, is that only that portion. And that portion can be addressed at the staff level, at least we are an executive and council county. So the county staff would be operating under the direction of the executive. They can make basic recommendations with respect to the comprehensive plan and the zoning. And that can likely be accomplished again within that early window, provided there is an understanding of what that function is. A different concern, which I mentioned earlier, is the recommendation of the governing body, which actually has been in the code for quite some time. Those terms, the recommendation of the governing body, are significant in that would require the application, the substance of what is being done to be addressed by both the council and the executive. And it is Frederick County would view that as akin to a rezoning application. And the applicant would have to submit the application with the fees and have it run through the normal course of an evaluation of a land use type decision, which would also involve passing through the planning commission, which is required to make a recommendation on land use items. It would go through the planning commission to the council and then ultimately to the executive. So that process, the recommendation of the governing body, has not yet been addressed in these rules and is a significantly different creature, so to speak, that has to have a fuller, they both these entities, both the planning commission and the council, would have to have public hearings. And so all those items would need to be scheduled. And so that would be a more lengthy and involved process, which would be needed.
If I could, and Commissioner Linton, if you'll indulge me for asking Ms. Kearney a question in response to your question. I see the language that you're citing to in 7207 regarding the governing body. That language states that the commission shall consider the recommendation prior to issuing a CPCN. So that's at a much later stage. It's not within this 90-day time period. Would that not permit enough time to get this recommendation from your county council and county executive?
It would, if the applicant is required to file that submission and proceed accordingly.
Well, okay, so now I see why you have a concern that it's absent from the regulations. But the regulations don't envision the applicant petitioning the county council and county executive. The regulations envision the applicant notifying somebody at the county level. And would it not be incumbent on that county employee to do all the work going forward? It sounds like you're saying that the developer will need to actually petition the executive and the council on its own.
Well, that's a good question, because that reflects your basic due process, administrative processes that are recognized throughout the state. The county cannot on its own decide to hold a public hearing and make a quasi-judicial determination on something that has not been put before it. So it is a required item to be given due consideration under the statute, which requires then, that it be obtained through the appropriate process.
That brings us back to square one. Is it not being put before the county when we are now considering regulations that require this outreach 90 days prior to the filing of the CPCN?
The outreach prior to, that's the point I was trying to make, and maybe didn't make it clearly enough, was that the process that's envisioned there gets you to subsection E3, the consistency of the application with the comprehensive plan and zoning, and gives the applicant a chance to resolve issues. That is what I see this submission doing, which is a kind of a snapshot, a less comprehensive review.
I see your point there. However, with respect to the recommendation from the governing body, again, that is permissive. If the governing body elects, after being put on notice that there would be a potential development in the county, and elects not to provide the commission with its recommendation, the commission will go forward.
The issue is the county wants to make a recommendation, but we need the issue to be properly placed before us through the application from an applicant with their proposal set forth. There was trying not to get into any specific here, but it has occurred due to a remand in which the applicant was directed to do that. But so oftentimes, especially with perennial now coming about, the applicants are opting to basically bypass the county's processes and deal directly with the CPCN.
And that is why we're here today, to in part promote, or not promote, require the applicant to do outreach, contact the county, place the county on notice that they plan to submit a CPCN application to the commission within or in about no less than 90 days. I'm hearing you say that there's concerns, either bureaucratic or just process concerns, that the developer would need to initiate another separate application to petition the quote unquote governing body in order to elicit a recommendation that Frederick County would supply to the Public Service Commission. Is that what I heard?
Yes.
Okay,
It's a relatively simple process to ask. For example, we do have currently people will ask to have, can you verify what the zoning of my property is? That is a more or less a lower staff level. Just there's somebody, the zoning administrator receives a request from an applicant, and they check the zoning, and they write a letter to the applicant saying your zoning is X. And then the applicant can ask, I want to build a gas station. Am I allowed to build a gas station on this property? Those types of are routine inquiries. Now, what process do you need to go through to build a gas station on that property is another question, and it is further involved. So again, the concern is that to process this through and obtain a recommendation of a governing body would require, because of due process and other issues, the participation of the applicant. Otherwise, certainly if the county chose to do the process without an application, it would be, they'll be subject to all kinds of challenges based on failure to provide due process.
I suspect we'll hear from the developers in a moment. I understand your concern. These regulations, to your point, do not envision another application process in municipalities that have a governing body. However, at the same time, we're trying to make this a more efficient process, and having this separate, as you would say, due process application process does frustrate those attempts, and it doesn't sound like you'd be able to have the county executive provide us with a recommendation from start to finish within 90 days. Is that fair?
I think I view it differently. I think you've asked for two things in this application approach. Has asked that that the applicant ask the county to provide three things, and really there's four things that are required for the proper evaluation under the statute. So I don't know that it needs to be a second different provision, but incorporate in here to do what is required at the county level to obtain the recommendation, of the governing body. I think, again, that we're missing an item.
Okay, thank you. We'll hear from the developers. Ms. Kearney, did you have proposed regulatory text?
I have not prepared some, but I certainly could.
Okay.
Can I follow up with Ms. Kearney on that line of discussion? Just very briefly, you're not asking for an applicant to apply to the county for approval, are you?
It would be reviewing the application for the recommendation of the governing body.
Right, but it's not approval. I'm using that word very specifically. The county is not going to approve or disapprove this application.
They would review it and probably recommend approval or denial.
Right. Okay, I'm just making that clear. That it's simply a recommendation because the citing authority doesn't rest at the county. Right? Would you agree?
Correct, but the other items which we have not yet discussed are on the tail end, does this come back to the county and land in its lap?
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to clarify that.
I see Mr. Drummond wanted to also respond to your question. There's also a raise hand feature if folks wish to use that. I thought I saw one before from Ms. Mordock, but Mr. Drummond.
I don't disagree with Ms. Kearney's comments. However, my experience in three counties, Kent, Queen Anne's, Caroline, four counties, and Dorchester, is that the recommendations of the local governing body tend to come after the joint public meeting that is co-chaired by the PULJ and the local elected officials. And that's when the local elected officials tend to get a local perspective from citizens, and it's after that typically that the recommendation is formalized by the elected officials. So that obviously, as you know, comes much later in the process. And I'm not aware that Mr. Chen and his group are attempting to cram the recommendations of the local elected officials into the pre-application time period. Secondly, more generally, I'm certainly aware that there are those, particularly among the development side of this equation, that believe that the 90-day period and now request to extend it beyond 90 days, and more generally, the county's involvement in these projects tends to slow things down. And in fact, Mr. Sadinsky's slides suggested that. I have to take exception with Bob and his suggestion that at least two projects were slowed down significantly because of local zoning concerns. I don't think that's the case at all. The massive solar project in Kent County was slowed down for quite a period of time because the applicant declined to accept the fact that the Forest Conservation Act applied to utility scale solar. Ultimately, that was adjudicated by the Public Service Commission that in fact the Forest Conservation Act does apply. That was not a zoning matter. And that was a decision made by the applicant to challenge the applicability of the Forest Conservation Act to solar. That wasn't Kent County's fault. The Morton Neck Solar project was offered by Bob Sadinsky as a example of a delay attributable to local zoning concerns. That frankly is just not the case. We don't know why that project has been delayed for as long as it has. The zoning problems with that project were known from the start. And the applicant decided to go ahead anyway. County's not slowing that down. I don't know about other projects, but I don't think the counties are in the business of slowing these things down, and the 90-day period is not an effort to do so. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, before we go to developers, I wanted to ask Mr. Chen another question about timing, because I thought I heard you say one thing, so I'm going to say what I thought I heard you say, and then I'm going to ask say what I thought I heard Mr. Drummond say in response to that, and find out why they sound like diametrically opposed concepts to my ear. I thought I heard you say that there would be up to 145 days, actually, because there would be a 90-day period and then a 45-day adequacy determination period at PPRP, followed by a 10-day response period, all adding up to 145 days. Does that reflect what I heard you say?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. And Mr. Drummond says, well, the way these regs are written, it says at 90 days, if the county hasn't responded, that the developer can go ahead. So those sound like two different things. It sounds like a hard, the reins are off at 90 days if the county hasn't responded, but you're saying the county would actually have up to 145 days to get their recommendation in. So Am I hearing you wrong? Am I hearing Mr. Drummond wrong? What am I hearing wrong here?
You're not hearing anything wrong, Commissioner. Actually, both accounts are correct. The 90-day, the total, I'll address your 145-day question. So the 145 days is really meant to give the counties more time to provide their input. So the focus is on county input. The 90 days, if the developer does not receive the preliminary report from the host jurisdiction within 90 days, that is meant to it's meant to allow the developer to go ahead and file its CPC and application with its best efforts. So in other words, that provision, that 90-day provision, to your second point, is really meant not to hold up the process for the developer. So it is a green light to the developer to go ahead and file your application. We understand that you may not have received a preliminary report from the counties, but file your application. You can go ahead and file your application, but just tell us what you did, where things stand, and what information you received. If the county then comes back and within that 145 days files the preliminary report with the commission, then the commission has what the developer did and the information the developer included, and then it now has the benefit of the county's preliminary report or feedback, and to whatever extent the county wants to include a recommendation, it can.
Okay, that's helpful. That clarification is helpful. I see the distinction now. So my ear did hear it right, but it put it together a little bit differently. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Kearney.
I appreciate that explanation, and if anything, I believe it points to the fact that there doesn't need to be a 90-day requirement on the county in that subsection, that the county may have 90 days, because if the pre-hearing, the application process runs 90 days, and then the applicant files their application, there's still plenty of time and for the county then to participate, to intervene, to file whatever it may want to. And unfortunately, the implication of the language as drafted is that we may be able to do something within 90 days, and there could be a negative connotation that that's your chance, take it or leave it. And that would be a serious concern.
And you raise an interesting point, Ms. Kearney. I'm of the mindset and philosophy that regulations should require actions to be taken or not taken. And here we do have permissive language stating that the county or municipal corporation may provide this report. They may provide it, they may not provide it. It's optional on the county's end. So I may propose some edits to this section, but I know some of my colleagues still have questions. I thought I saw Commissioner Richard raise his hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just trying to follow the flow of the conversation. Just going back to, I think a previous discussion with Ms. Kearney, just getting to the concern about having the opportunity to provide the governing body's recommendation, couldn't the pre-application process be that signal or be that request from the applicant that such a recommendation is requested?
Ms. Kearney, I believe that question was for you.
Yes, I think that is what I had indicated, is it could be included in this series, but we've only asked for 3 things, not 4.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Oh, we could hear you now. Did you lose Ms. Kearney's response?
Yeah, I don't know, it's really windy out here. Maybe that's the reason I'm having such terrible internet connection today. I did not hear the answer. I just wanted to find out, do we need to change any language in or the pre-application section to ensure that there isn't a bureaucratic kind of a holdup, and that in fact a recommendation, we can have the useful process in the pre-application process, and the recommendations in fact triggered the process.
This is Wendy Kearney. Yes, I agree with that, and I think that is following what my earlier comments, that we've only asked for the 3 items that were new to the legislation, and the 4th item has been omitted. The recommendation of the governing body can and should be included in the process.
Okay. And I think the chairman had requested, I think you understand the intent of what we're trying to do with the regulation, is to make sure that we, from the 2017 the legislature to again enhance the involvement of the governing body. So is that language you might be able to suggest to the commission?
Mr. Chairman, this is Chris Drummond.
One second, Mr. Drummond.
I'm sorry.
Ms. Kearney was responding to Commissioner Richard.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yes, we would have the ability to suggest changes to that to incorporate the governing body recommendation.
So Ms. Kearney, what we'll do, just so we keep this moving, if you have some proposal that you want to share with us tomorrow, you could do that with us. But I'd like to be clear, speaking just for myself, in terms of cutting a lot of this red tape. If you would prefer, and I'm just saying the municipalities, the counties, the developer during the 90-day clock could just send this information, the pre-consultation meeting, directly to the county executive and to the council, and basically state, you have 90 days to give us your recommendation or not give us your recommendation. But the developers have now put the county on notice that they could supply this information. And if it comes not after 90 days, but if it comes at the 145-day clock, that information will still be reviewed by the commission. Additionally, that language that we cited earlier regarding the recommendation of the governing body, that does not need to come until all the way at the end of the process. So this could be months later, 12 months later, or however long it takes when we receive that recommendation. So I'm under no illusion that the county executive of Frederick County would be providing a response or recommendation, and not an approval or disapproval, a recommendation within 90 days. There's a lot more time, and I'm talking about months, not days, not 145 days, months and months. Mr. Drummond.
Mr. Chairman, you took the words out of my mouth. That's exactly what I was going to say. And it will be my very hope that as the result of this process, that the recommendation from the the elected public officials will not be crammed into this early stage of the application. As I understand it, Mr. Chen can correct me if I'm wrong, this 90-day period is intended to precede, is intended as a threshold for the applicant to submit the CPCN application and for PPRP to undertake its completeness review. That's all. And if the applicant certifies that it met with the locals at least 90 days before the application is submitted, the completeness list will be checked as to that element as having been completed. Next box might say a preliminary analysis by local jurisdiction. Either that's left blank because the locals didn't provide the preliminary, or it's checked and it's attached. It doesn't lock the county or city or town into, it doesn't, how shall I say it? It doesn't lock the public officials into any particular point of view or recommendation, which will, as you point out, Chairman Stanek, will come later. Mr. Chen, have I said anything that was not intended?
That's fairly accurate. I would agree with that, Mr. Drummond. I would just add that the other benefit to the county side is that yes, while you are correct, it would allow, the 90 days would allow, is intended to allow the developer to check that box, but it also is intended to provide the counties with this comprehensive, detailed project information package ahead of time so they can do what they need to do. Now, in the course of this dialogue with Ms. Kearney, I do have one question, and that is to your response to the chairman. Are you envisioning a separate formal application? What I heard was, instead of providing the applicant's documents, the concept plan, the ERD to staff, the prospective applicant will provide that directly to the decision-making local officials, and then the 90 days would still trigger, but whether or not the local officials will produce a recommendation, that clock is not necessarily on them. They would have, for the duration of the CPCN, what they normally would do, and as Mr. Drummond had described, the public hearing process and everything, that their recommendation could come later. But in fact, as Mr. Drummond just hit the point correctly, the purpose of the 90-day, to keep in mind, is really to allow the applicant to go ahead and satisfy to the commission's checklist that it has done the pre-application consultation, it's provided the documents to the local jurisdiction, and that it can in fact move on to the merits review.
Thank you. Mr. Begelmans.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I have a lot to cover. So what I'm going to do is first cover our response to staff's proposed rules. Then I'll respond to some of the comments made today. The bottom line is that USEC agrees and supports staff's 90-day pre-application consultation requirement, as well as the new addition of a PPRP consultation requirement, and the requirement to provide notices of changes to applications to local jurisdictions. USEC agrees that local consultation is critical both to improve the quality of these applications and to provide this input to the commission. One clarifying point that I would like to make about the pre-application consultation that came up just in the dialogue today is our impression is that the meeting with the local jurisdiction is intended to occur at any time within that 90-day window. So really what would kick this off is the submission to the county of the draft ERD, of the concept plan. Once they've had a chance to review, that's when the applicant would meet with the county and would facilitate a dialogue. So if that's not clear in the regulations or intended, we could discuss that, but that is one point that came to mind here in the discussion today. With that minor clarification, we do support staff's language in 2079-0105. We do have one concern with staff's language in 2079-0110D, which Commissioner O'Donnell was speaking with Mr. Chen about. That's the provision that allows the local jurisdiction to submit the result of this consultation at any time prior to the pre-hearing conference. So under that language, the local jurisdiction would be able to wait and then submit this hypothetically, the day before the pre-hearing conference. Our recommendation is for the commission to strike that language. Again, we strongly support the pre-application consultation, but we would like, our recommendation is to facilitate and incentivize that dialogue to occur early on in the process, really for the benefit of improving these applications. Mr. Chairman, yes.
You're throwing a lot at us and you're making a number of arguments. If you could sort of break it down.
Sure.
Because you're now citing to regulations and we all have them on a screen in front of us, but if you could help us better understand your argument and want to tackle particular proposals to the reg text, we could bring that up on the screen if that will be helpful. So
Sure. I apologize, Your Honor. Why don't we, if we could, back up then to the first point I raised about the meeting occurring within the first 90 days.
okay,
That was my,
let's bring up the regulatory text
Okay.
on the screen. We'll wait a moment. And for those who are wondering, we'll take a lunch break after Mr. Biegelmans is completed with his arguments. Okay, Mr. Biegelmans, back to you.
so Your Honor, this is an issue that literally we just realized during the rulemaking. But if you read this potentially 5A1, it refers to holding a minimum of one meeting with the staff of the affected county or municipal corporation. Our point is that applicants and counties and municipal corporations should have the ability to have that meeting at any time during the 90-day window. So it's our position that the 90-day clock shouldn't start when that meeting occurs, it should occur within it. So to the extent that the commission agrees, we think it could make sense to clarify that there, because again, the issue is that we could potentially be adding, months to the process if they need to review the material before the actual meeting occurs.
Do you have a proposed language, Mr. Biegelmans?
One way to do this, Your Honor, would be to remove A1 and then make a new section B that says something along the lines of the applicant shall hold a minimum of one meeting with the staff of the affected county or municipal corporation after the information required by section A is provided. So just to break them out, so it's not the 90-day clock starts when the meeting occurs.
All right, I know our host advisor was getting up to speed, so she wasn't able, she's doing some red line here.
Okay.
You could state that again.
Sure. So, and I'm kind of thinking out loud here, but the idea would be that this session could read.
Mr. Biegelmans, I'm sorry. This is Joey. I think it'd be easier if under A1, if you just said, hold a minimum of one meeting within the 90-day time frame, comma, with the staff of the affected county or municipal corporation.
I think that'd be fine too.
Or within that time frame. It could be, the minimum is 90 days. So
right.
Let's say within that time frame.
So can I ask a question about that proposal? Doesn't that allow the developer to meet with the local governing authority on day 89? And the next day you get 90 days and you're green lighted to apply and you haven't maybe given answers to all the local governing authorities' questions.
I completely agree with you. I completely agree with you. This was what has been proposed is as a result of a number of consultations among counties, the applicants, Mr. Chen. And the idea was you come to the locals 90 days before and give the locals a total of 90 days to review what has been submitted and what has been discussed. This would be an effort to foreshorten that period, and I don't think that was what was intended.
And on the record, staff would not support that, correct?
Well, I can respond to that. I mean, it's not our intent to unreasonably shorten the period or give developers the ability to wait until the last second to schedule a meeting. But if one of the things we're trying to do here respectfully is increase the efficiency of the process, if you require the meeting to happen to kick off the 90 days, you're potentially adding months to the process. When you factor in scheduling, trying to get that on the calendar, And then you would need to provide the information, I think, well in advance potentially of that meeting. So it's not our intent here to unreasonably shorten the process. We just think that the meeting flows from the rest of the information, and that it makes sense to allow for flexibility to allow that information to be discussed, during the meeting itself.
If I could make a comment, Wendy Kearney, I actually made the same suggestion in my submission on February 4th that you typically don't have a meeting before you receive the information, because then you're in the dark and nothing gets accomplished. So it is preferable to have the information submitted, and then if you need to have a meeting. I don't find the meeting as significant, and the meeting would not be with a governing body, elected officials. It would be at the staff level for the determination, for the issues related to comp plan and zoning consistency.
Sandra Simpson on behalf of PPRP. It's also important, however, that the meeting not take place like Commissioner O'Donnell said at the very last minute, because some of the meetings particularly are important when it's inconsistent with zoning or comp plan. And that would need to happen a little before the end of the 90-day period. It's also important to remember this is a minimum of 90 days and not a set time frame.
Yeah. But I think, one way to do this would be to require the meeting to occur at a certain minimum amount of time prior to the end of the 90 days, whether it's 30 days, 45 days. But that's maybe one way to do it. But again, we think that the meeting flows from the information, and the 90 days, even without including trying to schedule the meeting and get that on the calendar, is already a significant amount of time from the perspective of the developer. So I don't think it would materially negatively impact any parties to allow for the timing to be staggered. And I think if anything, it would benefit the process.
Mr. Chairman, this is Cyrus Tashkor with Utility Scale Solar Energy Coalition. Just to want to add that any developer will be highly motivated to meet as soon as possible with the county, and we want to forego opportunities to delay the 90-day process, as due to scheduling conflicts where the developer may be available on day 1 or day 5, and the county may have interest in not being available until later if it helps add days to the calendar. I hope that makes sense.
And also, instead of holding a meeting, it would be request and attend, because the local officials may decide they don't need a meeting. Everything's very clear from the application, and there really isn't much to discuss.
I believe that this language is relatively clear. I recognize that counsel for USIC is concerned with the potential for some level of gaming here. I think the language is relatively plain on its face, that the intent of this is for the developers to reach out in advance with the counties, provide this information, request a meeting. As Ms. Kearney said, maybe a meeting's not even necessary if the county declines to meet. Mr. Bigelmans, I'll provide you with the opportunity to come back tomorrow and have language that other parties agree to, but you've heard staff is opposed. You've heard some of the other interests are opposed. So I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm not in support of any changes to this.
Okay.
Regulatory
Understood,
language.
Your Honor. Next up, Your Honor, the next change I discussed was potentially deleting 2079-01-10D. So it's in a different part of.
Let's let the host advisor get to 10D.
Yeah. So I think what's going on here is these red lines incorporate other changes proposed by parties. I don't think this is lining up with
Correct.
what I'm referring to.
Right. Okay. Mr. Bugelman's 10 and 10D is an issue that staff will address later in this rulemaking session.
Okay.
So are you jumping ahead now?
Well, Your Honor, I'm not necessarily jumping ahead because it's related to the pre-application consultation process. 10D, assuming we can find it here, allows the local jurisdictions to submit the result of the pre-application consultation at any time prior to the pre-hearing conference. There it is. Yeah, it's highlighted there. So section F. And as I was saying previously, it's our position that this should be deleted. And the reason is, in our mind, the purpose and benefit of the pre-application consultation is to create a process for local jurisdictions to provide feedback to applicants prior to applications being filed, right? Because one of the issues that we've seen in this process is later feedback requiring substantial revisions to projects. So one of the benefits here could be, as a result of the pre-application consultation, the county says, this project should increase its setbacks. This project should redesign a certain aspect. We want to make sure that that's available before the application's filed. So it's one application, it doesn't need to be revised later on down the road. And what this section D, or what here's F, would do is it would allow local jurisdictions to submit their feedback after the application's filed, including like the day of potentially the pre-hearing conference. And that could significantly impact the application. So, you know, we really view this as an opportunity for pre-application consultation. It's our view that this muddies the water. So we would recommend striking this language from the regulations.
Chairman Chris Drummond, I would agree with Mr. Bugelmans if he would also agree that once a application is filed and the county has commented on it, that it won't change during the CPCN application process. If you agree to stick with what you got when you apply, maybe F can go away. But if you insist upon being allowed to change material aspects of it throughout the process, I think the same flexibility should be provided to the local jurisdictions.
Chairman Stanek, this is Sandra McLemore on behalf of the PPRP. We would not agree with this change. This is somewhat of a compromise with MACO and MML in that it allows the additional timing that Mr. Chin was discussing for the county or the municipality to provide its assessment. If the applicant would like more time in an instance where there is a case that's inconsistent with county zoning, if they need more time and they want to address that in a pre-application timeframe, and they know that there are going to be concerns that they need to address, it may behoove them to start discussing this with the county or the municipality prior to the 90 days. However, once they file, if the county or the municipality can finish their assessment before the end of the completeness determination, then that would be very helpful both to the PPRP and to ultimately to the commission in its completeness determination.
So Ms. McLemore, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, if it's all right. Ms. McLemore, this suffers from, I think what the chairman has already pointed out, is we don't have jurisdiction over the counties. We can't make them file a report by a certain time. So therefore, this has this, in my view, this part of the regulation has the same fundamental flaw as the other part of the regulation that says that they may issue the report within the 24 hours and it may say these things. This is permissive. And so how do we, how do you address that concern with respect to the permissive nature of both of these?
Commissioner, you are correct. The commission cannot tell the county what, or the municipality what to do. However, this suggests that this information is available and the commission will look at it up until this time for its completeness determination. And so if the county has the information ready, this suggests to the county that they are able to submit it to the commission for its consideration in the completeness. After all, the whole reason for the completeness determination is to assure that everyone has the information needed to review the application. So the more information available, the better. But as you state, the commission cannot tell the county or municipality what to do. So therefore, we have the permissive language.
I don't necessarily agree with Mr. Bielgerman's that this is in conflict with 5A, although I agree entirely with Commissioner Herman that permissive language like this should not be housed in a regulation. The counties can do what they want to provide the commission with preliminary reports, recommendations, or whatever we're trying to accomplish in section F. And the county is on notice that they can contribute any of this information at any time. I don't see regulations as providing guidance or instructions on how to participate in this proceeding. So I would agree that this language should be struck. I would agree that there's additional language in 5B that should be struck as well.
Chairman, one clarification question then, is it to be considered that the county can provide any information and then the commission may consider it for the completeness review up until that time?
Yes, and 707 envisions that. 707, the language that Ms. Kearney was referencing earlier, prior to final action by the commission, whatever the local, county, or municipal corporation provides us will receive due consideration.
Okay, because this would be before the pre-hearing conference, and so it may be before they're an actual party. That's why I was wanting to make sure to clarify that.
Yes, Ms. McLemore, that's a good point. I was citing to the final determination. You were referencing here the completeness review, but the same rules apply. The counties are encouraged to participate at any point from 90 days prior to submission of the application, right up until the last opportunity prior to the commission issuing final action.
So let me just clarify here. Mr. Bugelman says we need to strike this language because we don't want local governments filing reports at the last minute, right before the pre-hearing conference. We're saying just the opposite. We're going to strike this language. The chairman's proposing to strike this language because we do want them to have the ability to do that. It's a little, it's kind of two different, taking the same action to accomplish diametrically opposed goals. So I just wanted to clarify where we're at.
So if I could respond, Commissioner, it's USEC agrees with, and I think the chairman possibly doesn't, but we agree with the language earlier on that we discussed that creates the pre-application consultation. I agree the commission doesn't have jurisdiction over counties to the extent that it could force counties to meet. But in terms of updating the requirements for a complete CPCN application, we do see significant benefit in that. So we strongly urge the commission to adopt it. I recognize it's permissive, but it is, I think, a useful structure to improve the quality of these applications. I also agree with you, Commissioner, that counties clearly can participate later in the process, either through intervening, submitting the recommendation. The commission gives significant weight to the recommendations of counties. So it's not our intent with any of these changes to make that not be the case. What we're trying to do is facilitate that dialogue earlier on with the hope that In doing so, it'll reduce the possibility of conflict, contested issues down the road. So
Right.
it is
Mr.
permissive, but we think it's appropriate.
But Mr. Bugelman's, are you saying we should take this language out, this old D, this former D that's highlighted right now? Or are you saying we should insert it?
So we're saying to take out D, right? Because under, so the way that this would work is under
I got it. You don't need to go through it again. We just needed to
Yeah,
clarify.
sorry, Commissioner.
So I just want to make it clear. I agree with the chairman, and I disagree with Mr. Bugelman's assertion that taking this language out kind of limits the time frame that a county or local government can submit a report. So Mr. Bugelman's maintains still, even in his response here, that taking this language out does just that. So we got, there's a different view of the same world here.
Commissioner, if I may, one thing to remember is a 90-day time frame, and the time frame for completeness is a requirement on the applicant to provide some certain information. It is not intended to be a time frame for the county to submit, as you state. And I believe what USEC is attempting to do is turn that around and require the county to act in a certain time frame as well. And that is why I wanted to make sure I understood what was occurring right now, and that the county or the municipality could still provide this information, which is very important for PPRP, when it is attempting to try to determine if they have complete information to carry on its review.
I appreciate that more, and I agree with you completely. And that's why I wanted to clarify that the way Mr. Bugelman's is interpreting what we may or may not be about to do with this language is very different than the way the rest of us, or some of the rest of us at least, are viewing it. So thank you for that clarification.
So I think that some of this language can be fixed by taking out the permissiveness. The applicant, with respect to the pre-application consultation, the applicant may request, and the commission may order the applicant to request that the county, or that the county or municipal corporation provide a report with those particular things in it. That we can put that in the regulation, because then that they shall request a report within, and we could put in there that they shall request that the county provide that report, that preliminary report, within, prior to the pre-hearing conference or something like that. We can do it that way. We can still say it would be helpful to get that information prior to the review of the completeness for PPRP's purposes. We just have to phrase them differently by saying that the county may. We can say that the applicant shall request, and that to me, I think it provides the message that we'd like to get this information prior to the completeness determination, but it doesn't then have the what I would say the legal flaw of a permissive language in a statute. So I'm not sure if Mr. Chen understands what I'm talking about, but perhaps I suspect he might. And perhaps that's something that folks during breaks and, after we conclude today, assuming we're going to go tomorrow, can sort of work on to try to accomplish what Ms. McLemore you're trying to accomplish, but at the same time, remove what we consider to be a potential flaw in the regulations.
Commissioner Herman, you read my mind. So if I can ask Ms. Best to scroll up back to regulation 0.05. What you just mentioned, Commissioner Herman, that's the first part of B. First part of B says the applicant shall request. And then we can massage this language. We can work around it so that shall request a preliminary report with the following, containing the following information, and then ... and then the permissive may and the burden on the local jurisdiction can be removed. But yes, that's the spirit of the first half of B.
All right, so Mr. Chen, we'll look forward to some proposed edits there in 5B. Mr. Bugelmans, how many more arguments do you have with respect to Regulation 5?
I have two more arguments, and they're responses to other comments made today, Your Honor.
So you don't need the screen anymore?
I do not need the screen.
Okay, thank you. What we'll do now is we'll take a lunch recess until 2 o'clock, where we'll begin with Mr. Bugelman's remaining two arguments. So we are now on recess until 2 p.m. Thank you. We'll go back on the record in approximately 1 minute. We'll go back on the record. Before we return to Mr. Bugelman's and his two remaining issues, I understand that some of the parties may have foregone lunch and used the time productively to resolve some issues relating to the meeting, the required meeting during the course of the 90 days. I will turn it over to Mr. Chen to explain.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if I could ask Ms. Best to pull up the regulatory language, please. We're going to go back to regulation 0.05, and that's for the pre-application consultation requirement. Mr. Chairman, you are correct. A number of us at staff's initiation tried to work through some of the concerns that were last raised just before the lunch break. And that is including the concerns that Commissioner Herman and yourself expressed about the may and permissive language and things like that. So we do believe that we have a solution. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to reach Mr. Drummond, so I'm going to ask Mr. Drummond to pay very close attention to the proposal I'm about to describe. So the parties agree that by deleting the permissive language that could be construed as placing a burden or obligation on the counties, if we delete that, that will help go a long way. So if B, and I'll start with that, if 05B now reads, the applicant shall request I'm sorry, scratch that. Let me begin. Let me start over and begin with A.
Okay,
So,
and Mr. Chen, if you could just go slowly so Ms. Best could in real time make red line revisions to regulation number 5. So we're at 5A, is that right?
we're at 5A, and it's not going to be perfect language that we're proposing. So if we need to workshop this at another break, we certainly can and provide Ms. Best with better language. But in as far as the concept goes, we would say something like, at a minimum of 90 days prior to filing an application for a certificate of public convenience and necessity for the construction of a generating station, comma, an applicant shall take the following steps to engage and consult with the county or municipal corporation in which any portion of the project is proposed to be located. Number 1, submit to the affected county or municipal corporation the following information: A, draft environmental review document; B, properly sized conceptual plan.
Mr. Chen.
Yes.
Ms. Best can't keep up with you.
Well, I'm preserving. Okay. So what we would do is.
I think she has it correct right now.
That's right. That
number
is
2
correct.
becomes
So
1.
number 2 becomes number 1, and we preserve all of that. And then after C, where it says, we're available for download, the commission pamphlet describing the CPCN process and process for intervention. Then we hit the return, and that becomes number 2, and then it creates number 2. So we'll back that out 1, right? Okay.
Semicolon and.
And then number 2 would be request a meeting with the, we'll just put a placeholder with the host jurisdiction. We can clean that up.
Essentially the language from one, other than as a request to hold a meeting.
That is correct.
I do want to point out, Your Honor and Mr. Chen, I think if you go up, maybe there's some language that we intended to delete. Or actually, scratch that, I'm sorry, it was deleted. Okay.
Yeah. So request a meeting with the host jurisdiction, period. Then we move on to B.
Hang on, you need a semicolon and at C, little c.
And Joey, I'm not trying to get ahead of you, but with request a meeting, is it and make a good faith effort or something to meet with the
Yes.
county or some language
Yes.
to that effect?
My apologies. That is correct. Request a meeting and make request a meeting with
Request and make a good faith effort to meet with.
So while they're typing, I'll just describe that now we are just simply requiring that the 90-day trigger begin with the applicant submitting documentation to the local jurisdiction and requesting a meeting, and then putting it on the applicant to make a good faith effort to meet with the host jurisdiction. And now the meeting can occur anytime in that 90-day window leading up to the filing of the CPCN application. This resolves some of the local concerns about the timing of the 90 days, because as we'll get to in B, we're going to remove that discretion, that the permissive language that creates the burden on the local jurisdictions. So if we're ready to move on to B, I'll just see if you can scroll up just a hair. Great. And then for B now, it will be the applicant. We'll start the same. The applicant shall request within, we'll delete the and right after that. So thank you. No, we'll keep the comma. Within 90 days of providing to, I'm sorry, scratch the two, of providing, delete the from, and we can delete applicant so it would be within 90 days of providing the information. That's right. Required under Section A of this regulation, that's the same, to the affected county or municipal corporation, comma, and then delete the may provide the applicant with. Okay, so then it reads, now the whole thing reads, the applicant shall request within 90 days of providing the information required under subsection A of this regulation to the affected county or municipal corporation a preliminary report containing the following, and then we will keep the same.
Joey, one thing I was, where were you going to state that if they to require the applicant to provide the information up until the completeness review if they receive it.
Well, that's covered.
Mr.
That's
Chen,
actually, yes.
my recollection were we were going to remove that 90-day reference and it still works.
My understanding of the intent was that this request would effectively go to the county at the same time the other information is provided and the request for a meeting is sent. So it's sort of, you know, kind of all in the same in terms of the initial communication.
That is correct. Mr. Bugemans is correct, because what this doesn't place the burden, any burden on the county. The 90 days is solely on the applicant to do this. So the applicant's responsibility under B is to request a preliminary report, and it has to do that at the same time that it provides the documentation to the locals, to the local jurisdictions.
Mr. Shambaugh, without removing the 90 days, it does make it kind of concerning because we're not quite sure when it's required to be included. So that's.
As I understood the parties just now, that request should be made at the time the materials are provided to the county. Is that what I just heard?
That is correct. So
On
we
day
can
one,
clean that up.
so that 90 days comes out. Is that correct?
It can, yes.
You'd like me to delete the 90 days in B?
Yes.
Correct. So delete the within 90 days of providing the information required under subsection A of the regulations. So you delete all of the middle sentence to the point where it just reads, the applicant shall request a preliminary report containing the following.
Okay.
So I think one way to potentially clarify this, Mr. Chen, would be to say, at the time the applicant provides the information required under section A, right? Just to make sure the timing's clear in terms of when this should be requested. Because without that, you know, it's floating out there and there's no defined time frame by which it needs to be provided.
I believe, if I can render a suggestion, if you change the B to 3, then it will fall under A, which says a minimum of 90 days prior to filing. So everything would be under the 90-day already mentioned at the top.
So B would become a subsection 3 under A. Let's see how
Correct.
that.
So this will need to be formatted. Assuming it's adopted, we will need to make sure that this follows proper drafting formats. But yes, the point that I'm trying to make is the spirit of the agreement, the consensus, which is now the chairman described, this chairman summarized it correctly. At the time that the 90 days out from filing CPC and application, the applicant is going to provide documentation, details of the project to the local host jurisdiction. It will include also a request to request for a meeting, and then the applicant will make the good faith effort to meet with the host jurisdiction. And then it will also request a preliminary report from the local jurisdiction with containing the following information.
One more suggestion, where it is number 4, where it says suggestions for improving, that would be C for the original setup.
I actually think that those 3 items, Ms. Best, beginning with a statement, and suggestions, should now be A, B, and C. There we go. Okay, that looks good. And then the next section, which is if after, I think Ms. Kearney was trying to get at that, is now properly B instead of C. So that's all reflected correctly now. Ms. Kearney, did I get that right? Ms. Best, I think we learned a little trick at our last rulemaking. If you double click on the dark gray page separator, it may merge the pages together. Right there, yeah. If you double click on that. There we
This
go.
looks to have had language added that was not in the original proposal.
Mr. Chen, can you address that? I believe this what we're looking at does have additional language that was not. This is a different master document. Mr. Chen, can you address Ms. Kearney's?
I'm reviewing this now. So the Ms. Kearney, the contents and the items for the preliminary report that the preliminary report would the requests for the report to address are the same as before. So that's not that's not new. But then on the reformatted B, what you see there really goes to Ms. McLemore's concern that if the I'm sorry, Ms. McLemore, were you concerned about if it's the applicant that provides that information, or if the counties provide that information?
No, what I had mentioned earlier was more in the lines of when explaining that if the applicant received the information from the county after it filed its application, it still needed to provide that information to the commission by filing it in the docket. That's what I was going to, and I don't know where you intended on putting that point. It might be further down.
Well, first, let me just, before we get to B, which I think is where I would put that, let me turn to Ms. Kearney. Ms. Kearney, everything above B, does that look accurate?
I have just reviewed B and C, and I have no objections to those. I can't see above those at this point.
You need a semicolon and
Yes.
F2.
Yeah, on B, the semicolon and, I'm sorry, 1B, the semicolon and needs to come out. But other than that, the language looks acceptable.
That's okay. So
Joey, also, would you not want to put shall request from the local affected county or municipal corporation? I mean, you're wanting them, the applicant is wanting them to provide that preliminary report, and that's gone. That's missing. I don't know if you might want to include the affected. So the I shall request from the affected county or municipal corporation a preliminary report containing the following.
yes, that is correct. So Ms. Best, if we go to 3, what you have there, it would read the applicant shall request from, and where it was previously stricken out, the affected community or municipal corporation. That's right. A preliminary report containing the following, and then it has those sub items.
You need a semicolon and after 2, or I don't remember formatting that well.
That is correct, Commissioner. So number 2, that's now a semicolon and.
I think if you want to get very, in terms of cleaning this up, Mr. Chen, for subsection 3, it says the applicant shall. I think probably that can be deleted, right? Because the obligation parts at the beginning of this section. So it could just start with request in 3.
That is fine as well. I think we can move downward. Okay, so now we're on B, and this is where the parties discuss that if the applicant receives information from the local jurisdictions after this 90-day window, that the applicant should still be required to file that preliminary report with the commission. So here for B, and I'm just going to say this out loud, if after meeting with local officials, or you could say if after requesting and making good faith efforts to meet with local officials,
Would it just be cleaner to say if the applicant makes any material changes?
Or Mr. Chen, what you might could do is say, the applicant shall file with the commission any material changes to the project. You know, A, any material changes, B, anything provided by the county. I mean, you could do it that way and get both of those points in B.
yeah, that's fine as well.
But while we're making sausage, I think you're making the wrong sausage. B, that is the added language. That was the language added by staff at the request of some counties about not being kept up to speed on changes. So it's got nothing to do with whether or not local officials meet or don't meet with the applicants.
So let me just take a
applicant shall provide notice to the affected jurisdiction in the event it makes any material changes to the project as submitted under this regulation or submitted to the commission.
Okay. I know Mr. Drummond's point, and he's got a good point about that. So why don't we just for time's sake, we'll add current for the time being, Ms. Best, if we could add a new after B before C. So we'll add a new C and just say the applicant shall file with the commission any preliminary report or other updated information received from the local, for now, we'll just say host jurisdiction. We can clean that up to make it consistent throughout this passage. So we'll reserve staff's recent revision, as Mr. Drummond pointed out, and then I believe C should address Ms. McLemore's point. And I believe that is it. So I'll invite the other stakeholders to see if I've accurately represented what we discussed during the lunch break.
Thank you, Mr. Chen. I believe this does accurately reflect what we discussed. And actually, if the commission were to adopt these changes or maybe a slightly cleaned up version, it would actually address the 2 points I was going to raise this afternoon. So we're in agreement with this language.
And I would further add that this would also eliminate the need for the later provision in Regulation 10 that Mr. Bugelmans had raised a concern about. Because, as you recall, in Regulation 10, it also contained the permissive language.
Mr. Chin, I also agree. This is a good example of what we discussed.
This is Bill George with the Maryland Municipal League. Also agree with the language. One quick, I had my virtual hand raised for a prior point. If a potential drafting question about slightly further up the page in what we talked about in number 3. Yes, so on the second to last line where it says from the affected county, or it should be or municipal corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. With the document on the screen, I cannot see raised hands. So any party, if you need to jump in, feel free to just turn your microphone on. Thank you.
Chairman, again, going back to B at the top of the page, just under the page break, it really should, I would suggest it say that the language after meeting with local officials be taken out, so that it would say if the applicant makes any material changes to the project as submitted, etc.
Correct, because as Ms. Kearney said, there may not be a need for a meeting.
I think then B makes sense.
Any objection?
None from staff.
Okay. Before turning to commissioners, this is an opportunity for any party, now that we've thoroughly marked up regulation number 5. Ms. Best, maybe if we could go back to the top and take it from the top. There may be some formatting or sort of numbering issues that we'll have to address, although I think Ms. Best handled them. This is an opportunity to speak. I do have a question. We're looking at now 5A1C, right there towards the middle of the page. Where available for download on the commission's website. Maybe that's really awkward language, or maybe that implies we don't have a pamphlet available for download on the website. Could a member of staff explain what we're trying to get at there?
Sure.
Corrects a typo.
Sure, Mr. Chairman. So right now, the commission has a web page that summarizes the commission CPCN process, and any other additional CPCN resource would be listed or linked to that page. During the course of the stakeholder engagement, there was concern that currently, as the state way things are, there's local jurisdictions may not understand our process. They may not understand what, their rights involved and how to get involved and participate. So it was suggested that the coalition or developer community work with commission staff to come up with an informational pamphlet, which then the commission can house on its website for convenient download by the public. Staff does not have a sample of what that informational pamphlet could look like, but assuming that the commission adopts this regulation, we would be working with stakeholders, particularly to develop a pamphlet.
Okay. Or, I mean, in modern times, perhaps just a link to a web page as opposed to a pamphlet. Is that a possibility?
It certainly is, and I would have to review it, but we would then add, if it to the extent it's not there, we would add a description of how parties can petition to intervene, things like that.
Would it make sense to change the word where to when?
Jen, I might suggest instead of an informational pamphlet, perhaps instead of tying us to what sounds like a paper pamphlet, could it perhaps just be materials describing the CPCN process? Or does staff have its heart set on a pamphlet?
No, Mr. Chairman, staff does not have its heart set necessarily on a pamphlet necessarily. We can certainly post this information on the website. And in fact, it could just be a matter of reviewing and revising the CPCN information that's currently available on the website and just adding to that.
I like the proposal Ms. Best has here, informational materials in lieu of a pamphlet. Okay, perhaps we scroll down, Ms. Best, a little more to the next couple sections. Any concerns or objections with what we see on the screen? Hearing none, I believe we are done with this section, regulation number 5. And Mr. Begelman's correct, you have nothing further.
Nothing further to add, Your Honor.
Thank you. We will now move to the next major issue section, Mr. Chen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will just share my screen momentarily. Okay, so COMAR 2079-0106, as it would be renumbered here, enumerates the application requirements for a CPCN application to construct a generating station or a high voltage transmission line. Staff's proposal in this regard, number one, views this list as the completeness checklist and would add additional requirements as are summarized here. So I won't necessarily go through all of that, but on the first bullet point is just to clarify and add the status and contact information of the pending review before local, state, and federal agencies. The two other things I really want to mention on this slide are keying in on information that the applicant would be required to provide as part of the checklist, what it did and what information it received in terms of the pre-application consultation requirement. So, under the Regulation 05 as revised now, the applicant would still need to satisfy the required elements that it provided that information. It made a good faith effort to meet with the host jurisdiction, and the important aspect of it is that ideally the applicant would have received feedback and would have received a preliminary report from the local jurisdiction. But in the event that the applicant does not, the regulatory framework does not, it structures that it should still be allowed to apply, but in its application, it must satisfy these two additional requirements, which is any formal letter from the host jurisdiction that addresses the pendency of any local review of the project, if that's available. But if a formal letter is not available, then any written statement from the jurisdiction that describes the status of their review to the extent that it's known. And then any written correspondence that the applicant has exchanged with the local jurisdiction discussing the project's consistency with the comprehensive plan and local zoning requirements. So in other words, in the absence of any formal report, feedback from the host jurisdiction, this provision essentially says, tell us what you did, what where things stand, and what the host jurisdiction said about your project. That's the purpose of this particular checklist item. And then the second thing I want to mention of note is that now, by incorporation, it incorporates by reference a comprehensive list of information that's spelled out in COMAR 2079-03, and that going to a detailed description of the generating station, as well as the environmental review document and the information that you would typically find in the ERD, such as the environmental impacts, natural resources impacts, and social economic impacts. So those are really the big things I wanted to highlight in this particular slide, and they go to the new additions to the COMAR regulations for an application, the application filing requirements. Also new, I'll just mention at the bottom, is that the applicant can request a waiver of any requirement under here, and provide, a statement explaining why the waiver is warranted. And if the applicant believes that a requirement that's listed under this regulation does not apply to its project, it too can submit a statement explaining why. Now, BGE in its comments raised one clarification request regarding the inclusion of decommissioning when it comes to, the implementation schedule of a project, which is currently a requirement under COMAR today. So staff clarified that in its March revisions, and limiting that to, or clarifying that it really only applies to generating stations, and spoke to BGE about it prior to today and confirmed that this does adequately address their concern. Staff is aware of two other stakeholder concerns related to this provision here. Number one is requiring the applicant to provide a full and concrete project plan with its application. And then two, to include any kind of transcript, recording of any community meeting that was held in connection with COMAR Regulation 2079-01-04 with respect to the qualified fossil fuel generating station. So with that, I will yield. If the commission has any questions for me, certainly, but I will yield to if any parties have objections or other things they need to raise.
Thank you, Mr. Chen. Questions of Mr. Chen before we seek the input of parties? Okay, Mr. Chen, perhaps we could take down the slide. Parties' concerns, two were just briefly summarized by staff counsel. Or maybe they're not with us. We've lost a couple of participants since we started at 10 a.m. Mr. Chen, do you recall the parties that had objections? Because they're not here.
I believe it might have been the Kent Conservation and Preservation Alliance that raised the concern about full project and concrete project details. Either, I don't know, that it could have also been Ms. Kearney.
Okay. Oh, Ms. Kearney. And you said the other issue was with regard to access to transcripts?
Yeah.
I raised a general concern about access to transcripts, that if transcripts have been required of proceedings, that those should be public information, be paid for by the applicant and posted the same as any other filing with the commission. But I did not put comments in on the specific provisions being discussed right now.
Yeah, I checked my notes, Mr. Chairman, and the Kent Conservation and Preservation Alliance, they were the ones who raised the concern that the applicants should be required to provide full and concrete project plans with their application. And staff's response to that is any changes that the applicant makes to its project details, the staff's proposed regulations already contemplate that that the local or the host jurisdiction need to be notified of any of those changes. They can go into the docket and they can see those changes. So I believe that covers that concern.
Yes, could I just say that I've been sorry, I've been listening to the proceedings, and I think that you have covered the issue as you've gone through this, that there has to be complete transparency to what the project is. It has to be submitted to the county, and that there has to be updates to that as we go along, and they have to be transparent in revealing those. And that's fine. I mean, we still haven't addressed my primary issue of public participation, and hopefully we can get to that. But thank you.
We will get to that. In terms of the transcript issue that Ms. Kearney raised, everything in our docket, to the extent it's not marked as privileged or non-public, is available in the proceedings. Any of our proceedings have transcripts available for purchase, as well as the YouTube stream available. Do the developers wish to respond to Ms. Kearney with respect to additional transcripts being purchased?
I could respond briefly, Your Honor. I think the simple fact is that for commission proceedings, transcripts are generally the responsibility of the party ordering the transcript.
Oh, second, Mr. Spivak, your microphone is throwing some feedback. Thank you. Mr. Bugelmans, please proceed.
Sure. The standard practice for commission proceedings is the party ordering the transcript pays for the transcript. As Your Honor indicated, to the extent there's an issue with the expense associated with that, hearings are available online on YouTube. So, we're generally opposed to that concept because it's, just kind of, I don't know why we would single out these particular projects in this kind of proceeding when it's not standard practice.
Mr. Chairman, if I might add, I'm not quite sure how it plays into the commission's contract with the court reporters, but I mean, my understanding is that the court reporters make whatever money they make in the proceedings from the purchase of transcripts by the various parties. And I'm not sure how that would work if you imposed a requirement on the applicant to provide transcripts to the other parties, what kind of deal they would have to come to with the court reporters or things like that. So it might be difficult. And as you mentioned, and Mr. Bugelman's mentioned, the actual hearings themselves are available for review on YouTube.
If I may respond, I believe recently that has been a practice to record and have them available on YouTube. That certainly has not been the case on cases where I have participated. And the concern is that is the type of arrangement that is made in private litigation, that each party bears their cost of copying of transcripts. But having been representing administrative agencies for a couple of decades now, the practice has been is when the transcript is prepared and it's filed with the administrative agency, it automatically becomes public record and available. It has to be provided in response to a Public Information Act request. So if you're talking about an equity with respect to the person who is preparing the transcript, they deserve to be paid in full for attending the hearing, and preparing one copy should be their compensation should cover future use, because as a public agency, it becomes a public record once it comes into your hands. And I think it's unfair to citizens group, as well as, for example, our county, who is I'll say oftentimes a reluctant participant. We are not, there's no item pending before us, but we have to become involved to protect our interests. And the taxpayers of Frederick County should not be bearing additional expense over and above the expense of paying staff to participate in these proceedings. Should not have to fork out more money to obtain a transcript of a public hearing. So that is the county's position.
Thank you, Ms. Kearney. And if you'll allow me to get on a soapbox just for a moment, and this deviates a little bit from RM72, but since we have a number of counties with us, we have MML and we have MACO representative with us as well. I've noted in open proceedings previously that I wish the counties would get more engaged in PSC hearings generally, whether it be our rate cases, our CPCN items, our Empower hearings, our reliability hearings. And I often have given Montgomery County the gold star because they have an attorney dedicated to reviewing the filings that we have made before us. It's all very transparent every day. Any member of the public or the counties could take a look at what is before the agency. And I think it's a missed opportunity for most of our 24 jurisdictions not to be representing their citizens before the Public Service Commission. The amount of, in terms of the state's GDP that comes through this commission and gets ruled on, when you see Montgomery County stand up for its citizens and litigate before this commission, I believe it brings benefits to the citizens of those counties. I also recognize that it's difficult for some of our smaller jurisdictions to have the resources to have somebody staff major PSC events. So I am heartened that it seems like we're making progress today to bring some of our counties that haven't been familiar with the CPCN process into the loop much earlier. And it's going to be a growing pains, I suspect, for some counties. I know Ms. Kearney and Mr. Drummond have faced a number of these CPCNs and are becoming experts in this area. That said, going back to the issue of the transcripts, the commission does engage a private third-party court reporter. And under the terms of the contracts, our transcripts are not made public. They are available publicly for sale. At the same time, all of our proceedings are archived and available on YouTube. For those who do not have the resources to purchase a copy of the transcript, what I've seen in plenty of pleadings before the commission is a cite to the YouTube hearing, providing the link as well as where hour and minute during the course of the proceeding the transcript is being taken from. I know that that's obviously one public ethical workaround. But at this point, I do agree with Mr. Bugelman's that it should not be the responsibility of a developer to pay for an additional copy of the transcript to provide to the municipality.
Chairman?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I had my hand raised, but I don't know that you saw it.
I did not. Ms. Lewis, please proceed.
I wanted to pile on to this transcript issue because if a individual decides to become an intervener in a case and is not represented by an attorney, the cost of a transcript for which they need access is astronomical, depending on how large the trial is and how much of a record is being recorded. We can't get access to the transcripts from any of the public hearings. We can't get access to any of the procedural hearings, and we can't get access to the evidentiary hearing itself. And that is a major disadvantage for those of us in the public. You want participation, but for those of us in the public that are trying to participate, that is a major disadvantage. So I just wanted to say that Ms. Kearney has a point, not just for the counties, but also for organizations, 501c3s, and individuals.
Thank you. Our YouTube transcripts, is that not sufficient?
Well, it's better than what we have, but it's difficult because you can't search through there to find the information that you need. You cannot do a you can't bring it in as a PDF in the transcript and go through and try to search for a specific part of the transcript that you're particularly interested in. So it doesn't really help you if you're really trying to put together a case and you are an individual and you have limited resources. And even if you are a group and you've hired an attorney, it's a huge financial burden on interveners in the case if they can't have access to the transcripts. I mean, those transcripts run up into the thousands of dollars in order to get them.
Thank you. As I mentioned, we do accept the option for people to cite to the YouTube. Let me turn to Ms. Mordock.
Yes, I wanted to address the local government's role in the proceedings, and I think that takes me back to a point that was raised before the break. And forgive me if I misunderstood, but
Brock, I believe this is your first time speaking. If you could please enter an appearance.
oh, certainly. Amy Mordock, I am the planning director for Queen Anne's County, Maryland. At issue for local governments, and you're right, it is the local government's role to be at the table and to be actively engaged in the process. And I know that I have experience in engaging in the process and learning the process to the best of our ability. At the local level, it was something new. We were on a learning curve, and I think we caught up pretty quickly. And it was essential, and it is essential for the local government to play its role and to educate itself. Key to that point, though, is I think ensuring that in the pre-application process that the county is at that table, and I think I may be misunderstanding that conversation about striking the language about the local government's role in pre-app. And if I did misunderstand, forgive me, but I do think that I would like to see that language not be stricken, because the local jurisdiction in our conversations leading up to this point at the staff level dealt directly with the county being, or the town being at the table and being able to discern whether or not it needs to intervene, because to do so is an enormous financial commitment on the part of the county. Because the county does have to then ensure that the county attorney can participate, enter testimony, and track all of the documents, and staff as well. And if the case is such that the county finds that we're looking at consistency with our zoning, then it isn't necessarily to intervene at that level. But when the county is looking at defending its local land use, it is greatly important that the county does engage and spend the funding to do so, because you're right. A lot of our local economy is based on the accountability in our zoning code for consistency, so that when property owners purchase land, they know what they're getting. So it's vitally important to the local jurisdictions to engage and to stay on top of the proceedings. But I think key to that is that initial application, and as I understand the process during the initial application, and I know I've gone a bit afoul of the topic, but I think it's germane in terms of the documentation that is required to be produced. At pre-app, what is required to be submitted to the PPRP is so substantive that the county can easily engage in a conceptual review at a technical level to become vested in the process. So, and then having access to documentation moving forward, as has been stated, just to bring this back full circle, is equally important, and sometimes it happens at great expense, and that's kind of what the county signs up for when they intervene. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murdoch. Ms. Kearney.
Yes, for clarification, you had indicated using the YouTube, but I wanted to make clear that if there is an appeal, the transcripts are filed with the court and utilized by the court. So they're not only public information in your hands, they are then passed on to the court as part of the record. And as part of the record, again, that it's another it's a requirement that they be included, and that's another reason why they should be readily available to all parties who may then want to participate and continue to participate in the appellate process. YouTube is not a appropriate citation. It's to the transcripts.
You are correct, Ms. Kearney. If the parties take a litigation posture before court, the court will require that a transcript be filed. The commission's in a difficult spot here because if we broker some type of access to the transcripts, that will cost the commission money, thereby increasing the assessment on our utilities and increasing rates across the board for all ratepayers, as opposed to just the ratepayers, for instance, in Frederick County. So it's a zero-sum game in many respects. And at this time, I believe there are some waivers or discounts for individuals or government entities. And that's something that can be looked into. But providing free transcripts to any member of the public is not something within our contract currently. Okay, additional items or areas of concerns. I know we're marking up sub-regulation 6F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, and O, which is the waiver. And to clarify, Ms. Kearney, I do believe there's a waiver for local governments to get the transcript. I need to confirm that, but that may address your concern, but not Ms. Christensen Lewis's concern. All right, we'll at this time take a short recess where we will then pick up on regulation number 10 in this same chapter regarding the completeness determination. So we'll take a short break, reconvene at 3:05 p.m. Thank you. All right, we'll go back on the record. At this point, we'll address the fourth and final major issue with respect to regulation number 10 in this chapter, the completeness determination. Mr. Chen, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just share my slides in a second. I'll begin by saying the premise for this revision goes to staff's attempt to reconcile the need for a timely completeness determination procedure and reconcile that with what's happening today. So if I could have presentation controls, then I can share my screen. Excellent, thank you. So what I've shown you here in this first slide, there are 3 slides total, but in the first slide, it's just an illustration comparing current COMAR timeline for a completeness review and then what's actually happening in real practice. So the process begins with the CPCN application filing, and then the commission issues an order either delegating the matter to the Public Utility Law Judge Division or decides to keep it at the commission, and this is what I'll refer to as either the delegation order, delegation retention order. From there, current COMAR provides that the Public Utility Law Judge Division or commission is supposed to render a completeness determination within 45 days of the delegation order. But in practice, however, what we're seeing is that the commission actually looks to PPRP to make this completeness recommendation determination. And here's where you see the issue, because the timing of this completeness determination has, based on experience, varied. And as it may have been mentioned earlier on in the morning, this is not always completed in 45 days. So staff's proposal has the following elements. It sets out the time frame for the PPRP completeness recommendation. And then it sets it includes a 10-day responsive period for the applicant to challenge that determination, let's say if it's adverse. And thereafter, the commission would then issue an order making a final determination of completeness. And if the application is deemed complete, then the application moves on towards to the merits review phase. But if the application is deemed incomplete, then there would be an opportunity for the applicant to cure any kind of deficiency, and the commission would set that. The commission would identify where deficiencies are, and then set a date certain by which the applicant needs to cure those deficiencies. So the element here, I'm sorry, because of our recent revisions to Regulation 05, this goes away. The local government feedback, but then also in terms of context, everything would happen before the pre-hearing conference. So this is staff's proposal, but the coalition is the only other party, I think, that provided comments in proposed revisions to this timeline. So the coalition's proposed modifications are as follows. Under their proposed timing, the PPRP's completeness review is still preserved, but it will begin upon the filing of an application instead of the delegation order. Presumably that delegation order would still come in that 45-day time frame at some point, but the whole idea is that the trigger event is now the CPCN, the filing of the CPCN application. There will still be the 10-day period for the applicant to respond to an adverse finding by or recommendation by PPRP. But then altogether, the coalition proposes a total 65-day period between the time that the CPCN application is filed and the time that the commission would then be expected to turn out or issue a formal determination of completeness. And the coalition continues and proposes additions to this regulation two additional ones. One, that the failure by the applicant to include information that is not required on the application checklist, the completeness checklist that we covered previously, that should not be grounds for an incompleteness determination. And then the second addition would be sort of more of an estoppel argument. That is to say that if PPRP fails to raise a deficiency argument in the application within the proper time frame, and for the coalition that includes up to a final determination by the commission, then any failure to include information that would otherwise have been required under the completeness checklist under Regulation 06 cannot then be used to later either adjust the procedural schedule, postpone, suspend, or even be used to deny the CPCN application. So as to these specific additions by the coalition, staff does not actually, staff doesn't support them. Staff believes that there may be instances that some degree of flexibility for the commission needs to be there, because there may be a rare instance where PPRP needs specific information that was not specifically listed or expressly listed in 06, and in good faith would try to obtain that information with the applicant. And then in some instances, there may be an instance where something important gets inadvertently left out, mistakes happen, and to ensure a fuller review of the project, this information needs to be included or requested. Ideally, it wouldn't happen, but it could, and the commission or the POJ should be able to look at that situation on a case-by-case basis and determine whether it's sufficient reason to modify or adjust a procedural schedule accordingly and set a reasonable time frame to obtain that information. But staff does agree that once the commission has made a completeness determination, the application should, number one, be allowed to proceed to the merits review, and that number two, the application shouldn't be denied simply because it was later determined to be incomplete. So in other words, the completeness review should not be reopened later on in the CPCN process. So with that, I will yield to any questions.
Just a quick question. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Commissioner Herman. I'll yield.
Sorry, Commissioner O'Donnell. Mr. Chen, go to your prior slide, please. I'm trying to, is it staff's position that the commission be required to decide within a certain number of days, or is that not part of the staff's recommendation?
A hard deadline for the commission to turn out or issue a final determination is not part of staff's recommendation. I know that is technically existing COMAR language, but staff, again, going back to building in a little bit of flexibility, believes that number one, it wouldn't serve the benefit or the interests of the parties or even the commission to delay any determination of completeness any longer than is necessary. So we're operating under that premise. And second, that there needs to be a little bit of time, for example, where what staff is receiving is a recommendation from PPRP, and still, if something the commission is receiving a recommendation from PPRP, and if the commission is then reviewing those documents parallel to PPRP's review, and then something's not lining up with PPRP's recommendation, the POJ, the commission, should be able to look at that, review that, and then ultimately let that and other input, as well as PPRP's input, inform the commission's ultimate decision. And staff just doesn't want to put a hard deadline for the commission to do that.
Okay, thank you. That's what I thought. I wanted to make sure, and I concur with that. I don't think it's necessary to give the commission a hard and fast deadline that it has to meet. So that's my view on that particular issue. Thank you.
Mr. Chen, could you go back to your last slide, please?
Yes, sir.
So let me make sure I understand the fourth bullet there. Failure to include information outside of COMAR 20.79.01.06 under the proposal here by the coalition could not become a basis for an incomplete or deficiency determination. But don't we have the ability to, if some project is so unique or has characteristics that are so non-standard that a checklist may not fit, couldn't we add additional information requirements outside of that checklist?
That is thank you, Commissioner. I think that is a very good point. And I think that the framework here would allow, staff's framework, excuse me, would allow for PPRP, for example, or even the PULJ or commission reviewing all the documents that have come in as part of an application to ask those type of questions. And if it so finds that there is a piece of information that the commission needs, or PPRP believes that the commission needs a piece of information, can then include that in its ultimate recommendation. The applicant can then come back, of course, and find and make an argument that that piece of information is not needed, and would presumably then request either a waiver or a statement that the requested piece of information is not applicable. But fundamentally, you are correct that in principle there should be some ability or flexibility where if the commission finds a situation or a case that is unique enough to request additional information, and I do believe that staff's proposal does build that in. I would like to invite PPRP to respond to how they would react to a situation like that, if I may, Commissioner.
That's fine.
First of all, I would like to say that PPRP strongly supports staff's recommendation. It keeps flexibility with the commission, and as Commissioner O'Donnell is stating, sometimes there are very unique instances in each case and that need to be addressed. So by keeping the time frame starting at the date of docketing and then not requiring the complete process to be done in a specific time, it allows for that time frame. I'm sorry, can you repeat exactly what you would like me to respond to as far as how PPRP would consider something?
I didn't request it, Mr. Chen did.
Yeah, that would be me, Ms. McLemore. So the question, Commissioner O'Donnell's question went to this point, this addition by recommended addition by the coalition, which staff opposes, because staff would like to believes that some degree of flexibility is important and needs to be preserved. The checklist items, again, this kind of has to go back to this idea of balancing, because the checklist does serve the benefit of providing some clarity into the process for the parties and for the developers. So they are looking at that, and they would be relying on that to try to avoid this type of rare scenario where they include what they believe is everything that crosses the checklist, and yet the state or the commission comes back and says, okay, that's fine and all, but there's something else that we think we need because of the uniqueness of your project. So in that case, it then switches over to I believe it would be a case-specific dialogue between the reviewing state agencies or the commission, if the commission is actually raising the issue with the developer. And I'm not the developer. I don't think I would it'd be fitting for me to step into their shoes to make the argument, but depending on the outcome of that effort to go back and forth and obtain that information, I think the commission should have some, at least ability to let that inform their decision as to whether or not there's a completeness. So that's the application is completed. So that's why staff would oppose.
Right, and we agree. So the flexibility is necessary, and the checklist is a product of these different years and all the things that typically come up and that are needed in the application, and are the things that delay the review of the application. And what PPRP attempts to do is when we see something that is needed for the commission to be able to do to carry out its responsibilities under 7207, we try to obtain that information from the applicant typically by DRs or simply by calling the applicant's attorney. So in this instance where there is a specific issue that's not covered in the checklist, there may be, it may be too close, for example, to Army base or something like that. There may need to be something else included. Then what we would do is, if the commission requested it, or if we thought that it was necessary, we would try to get that information from the applicant as soon as possible and work with them to do so before the end of the completeness review. Does that answer your question, or does that provide some clarity?
So it answers my question. Thank you for that. And if you could mute, we're getting sensitivity from your microphone, Ms. McLemore. Thank you for that. I just think that particular item there hamstrings the commission from carrying out its duties under the doctrine of public interest, because there may be situations requiring information that is not on that checklist that we may see, and we would be precluded under the provisions of this proposal from gaining that information. Secondarily, the last item has a similar deficiency, in my opinion, in that if information comes to light that was not timely found, but is in the public interest, I think the commission needs the flexibility to include that information in our final determination, up to and including a CPCN denial. And this would take that away. So I have a lot of concerns about this proposal, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your responses.
Thank you, Commissioner. At some point, we'll be looking at the actual text on the screen, and we could revisit. Other commissioners?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Richard.
Okay. Mr. Chen, I just want to understand this. We're talking about just the completeness reviews, that we're not really getting into the merits of the process. Is that correct? We're just trying to make sure the applicant is correct and move. I want to make sure I'm understanding these different discrete parts.
That is correct, Commissioner. Can you hear me, Commissioner Richard?
Yeah. I just turned my my camera off. Maybe that'll help.
Yes.
Okay.
You are correct.
If I'm looking at this, we would just be. I mean, the proposal by the coalition is that we would try to limit ourselves as the commission to 65 days. In some of these examples you provided, wouldn't those mostly be examples where we would maybe consider the application not complete, and wouldn't C2 provide that remedy? Wouldn't we be able to then go specify what's deficient in this completeness review, and then allow the applicant to try to fix whatever we're finding deficient? I'm just trying to. The reason I'm concerned here is I fully understand Commissioner O'Donnell's concern, Commissioner Herman's concern, but what we're trying to do here, I believe, is try to address delays and may give some certainty to this process. I mean, these are important projects to meet our state policies. So it looks like C2 already would address that concern that you've raised.
C2, yes. my mic is on. C2 does provide the vehicle for indicating and communicating to the applicant that there's something missing, or there's a need to further flesh out or to include information that the commission requires. That's under staff's proposal. Under the coalition's proposal, if there's information that's not listed under the list of application filing requirements under Regulation 06, which we just went through, we just discussed, then that cannot be a basis for finding a deficiency under C2. That automatically takes it out, takes C2 out of the equation. So in other words, if there is a piece of information that, let's say, PPRP needs to address some recent development or change that's not otherwise included under the list, let's say the list under COMAR 207903, then the applicant can come back and respond and say, well, that's not on the completeness checklist. So, I mean, you do raise a good point that the commission would need to consider, is that where is the backstop then? If it's not going to be at Regulation 10, right, then that built-in flexibility needs to come in at some later point in time. And I think there could be an argument that I would expect the coalition to make that, well then if there's a piece of information that's missing that the commission needs to ultimately decide whether to grant the CPCN or not in the public interest, then they can always do that later on in the merits review. They don't need it for the completeness review. I think for staff, where it becomes truly problematic is this last addition where if there's something that's not raised, an objection that's raised, then you cannot use that later on as a basis to deny the CPCN. So that doesn't exactly go to your question, but you are correct that the purpose of this regulation is to sort of like paint the corners of a box, if you will, in terms of what you need to get through the completeness gate to move on to the merits review. But staff's position still would be that some flexibility should be preserved, and as a matter of general principle, and would prefer not to have any language in the regulation that would otherwise limit or take away, remove that kind of flexibility.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Chen. I just am still trying to weigh it feels like we still have that flexibility, but could still discipline ourselves to a 65-day process. I mean, we're trying to provide these same kind of time limits to counties. It just seems like we ought to be looking at our own process and how we can move things along. If we're going to create this new screening process, how do we bring that quickly to an end? And it just seems like some of these I guess unknowns, wouldn't they be found in that pre-screening process and the initial 45-day process? I'm sorry, 90-day process.
So potentially yes. If the applicant is using that, and in theory should be using that pre-application consultation opportunity to fully discuss the details of the project with not just the host jurisdiction, but with PPRP now, they should be covering their bases in that meeting. I agree with you. However, over the course, as you've heard from the local stakeholders, and also to extent from the coalition, is that project details can change. I mean, it'd be great to kind of lock a project in and finalize a project before it even files the application. But what PPRP can speak to this in more detail. But what happens when a project detail changes? If an applicant files information with the state of the project today, and then a completeness determination is made based on that, and then later on the project is updated, and there's additional information that the commission needs, then the coalition would argue, well, that can't be a basis to rule that an application is deficient. And arguably, if PPRP didn't raise that point, or maybe perhaps the PULJ didn't flag that issue, then the concern is if that piece that comes in later then becomes critical and dispositive to the CPCN determination in the public interest, that could be problematic.
Okay, well, thank you for those answers. I guess I'm still leaning more toward the coalition language. It just seems important that we try to, again, address these concerns about delays. And I just feel like in the merit-based review section of the CPCN, there are plenty of opportunities. But in any case, thank you, Mr. Chen. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. It might be more productive at this point if we actually take these slides off the screen and look at the regulatory language. Although I believe Ms. Kearney had her hand up before we pull up the text. Ms. Kearney, did you have a question or comment?
No, not at this time.
Oh, okay. Your hand is raised. Although we do have a couple of raised hands now from Mr. Tashikori and Mr. Bugelmans. And I want to talk about the regulatory text. So if you have issues with particular sections, maybe we wait until then. But if you have a general issue.
Sure. I would like to respond, Your Honor, to some of the comments made, but we can wait until we get to the text. That's more efficient.
Okay. Why don't we do that? Ms. Best, you could bring up the text. And forewarning, so this text is a text that attempts to reflect USIC's position as well. So this is not text that folks have seen before. And I'm actually trying to figure out what's original and what's USIC, because they're, let's just get to the section and then we'll worry about it. Section 10. There we go. Okay.
Just for clarity, Mr. Chairman, anything that's highlighted and has like a comment bubble next to it should be suggested language that was included in comments from other parties.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Best. And I guess we have lots of red and burgundy font. For those who may have color blindness issues, it may be difficult to determine what's staff and what's USIC. But we'll make do with that. Mr. Chen, did you wish to speak? Did I see you go for the mic?
I'm muting myself, Mr. Chairman. My apologies.
Okay. Thank you. So why don't we take this regulation section by section? Parties in support and parties in opposition could defend the changes here. It appears that section A is mostly a proposal now to reflect the USIC position. So Mr. Bugelmans.
Sure, Mr. Chairman. So what USEC has prepared or has proposed to do to this section is to time PPRP's filing so that it's due 45 days after an application is filed, as opposed to 45 days after delegation or decision to keep the case with the commission. And the reason for that is really to make up some lost time here. In some cases, the commission delegates quickly, but it can take a few weeks. And then in terms of PPRP's review, we don't think that timing it based off of filing would really impact their ability to look at this within 45 days. And actually, if you look at their initial comments in this case, their original proposal was 45 days from application filing. And then that works into some of our later proposed changes, but that's kind of the gist of this proposed change here.
Thank you. Ms. Best, is it possible to remove the pink highlighting to make it a little easier to read? If you delete your bubble, does that help us? Oops. There we go. Okay, that's a little better. Thank you. Ms. McElmore, what say you with respect to A?
Thank you, Commissioner. We would disagree with Mr. Bugelman's and USEC. We believe that this would take away the flexibility from the commission and may cause problems in the future for managing the dockets. For example, what if a number of people file at the same time? We still are under the same amount of time to provide the completeness reviews for all of the different applicants. So therefore, if you keep it with when the commission determines when to either keep the case or give it to the Public Utility Law Division, that provides some flexibility on when that clock starts, and we would need that.
Mr. Chen, staff supports PPRP's position, is that correct?
For PPRP is when the PULJ has been assigned, is that correct?
Yes, it is, Mr. Chen.
Yes, no objection to that.
Any other parties before we poll the commissioners on this topic?
Commissioner, I would add one thing too. It might not be any more time because we do not wait till the last minute to file something. If we only get one application, we're going to be on it immediately. And also, many times the commission does go ahead and issue an order, either providing that to the commission, to the Public Utility Law Division, or keeping it quite fast. So I don't think you're going to be wasting too much time there.
I agree with you. It oftentimes doesn't take weeks, as I think was just said, for the commission to delegate the application upon receipt to a public utility law judge, and to have the chief judge designate which of his junior judges would receive the application. Do commissioners have thoughts on staff's proposal, which is the original without the strike through, or USEC's proposal, which is reflected with the strike through?
I would favor staff's proposal. I don't think it's necessary.
Same here, Mr. Chairman.
I also support. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Linton.
Sure. No, I think I also support staff's proposal, but I think the language that's here currently probably needs a little cleaning up. I don't think the appropriate phrasing would be or keeping it at the commission. I think there's a better way to say that. So I wouldn't support just removing the strike through.
I agree. The phrase "keeping it at the commission," everything is kept at the commission, I guess, to some extent. Okay. It appears we've heard from a majority of the commissioners to support the original staff language. So, Ms. Best, if you could reject the changes in that paragraph. And we'll make a note for staff for homework tonight, if you could indulge Commissioner Linton's suggestion on how we clean up that language a bit. With respect to section B, there we go, B, states the applicant may respond in writing to the letter filed under section A of this regulation within 10 days prior to the issuance of a determination of completeness. So we saw that on the timeline that Mr. Chen had on his slide. Now we have another USEC proposal, Mr. Bugelman's.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We could take off the pink as well for this one. Thank you.
Sure. So under this proposal, or this proposed change, USEC has proposed to retain a deadline by which the commission must render a completeness decision. I think just based off of what version of the text these red lines are to, you can't see, but the existing regulations the commission has on the books require a decision from the commission within 45 days of delegation or decision to keep the case with the commission. So we do see merit in keeping a deadline, although we do recommend extending it to 65 days to allow for both PPRP's comments and the responsive comments, and then some time to incorporate, for the judge or commission to look at what was submitted before it makes a decision. Again, this is really a practical issue. As the commission knows, for pre-hearing conferences, applicants need to publish notice twice in a local newspaper, once per week, immediately before the pre-hearing conference. Some of these local newspapers, you have to arrange for that, 2 weeks in advance. Under another part of the commission's regulations that we agree with, the pre-hearing conference can't occur until the completeness determination is made. So from a timing perspective, we view this as, of all the other requirements which we've agreed to in this rulemaking, we're looking at 10, 11, 12 months already. And so just with this one simple issue, without the ability to plan for these notices and set the pre-hearing conference date in advance, we're talking more time than it may initially appear. Another issue is that, again, in many of these cases, the completeness decision hasn't been made. And so we think that this provides some additional certainty in terms of structurally how this would work. Based off the commission's decision on the previous issue, we would propose that the commission would like to keep a deadline here. It would be 65 days after delegation, or keeping it with the commission, or whatever language staff comes up with. Because obviously that piece has changed from what we proposed. But we do think there is good reason to keep that deadline here. And that concludes my comments on that point.
Mr. Chen, staff opposes.
Mr. Chairman, staff does not propose, and staff, as I mentioned earlier, does not support putting in a hard deadline for the commission to issue a CPC, a completeness determination. I think that just as a matter of best practices for the PULJ division, for example, I don't think it would serve the party's interest for the PULJ to sit on a recommendation by PPRP as to completeness. So I wouldn't expect too long of a delta in terms of days between when all the parties, let's say PPRP and the applicant, have weighed in on PPRP's recommendation, and then the actual issuance of the completeness order. So I don't think a 65-day limit would be necessary.
Okay, thank you. And I believe we've heard from Ms. McLemore on this item. Other parties? Commissioners on the deadline.
Mr. Chairman, I tend to agree with staff. And additionally, this language as it's currently written, if you kept it and used 45 days to either delegate or to take it to the commission directly, you would have 20 days under this language to issue completeness determination. So it has that flaw still existing because we changed the previous section.
I
think I've already weighed in on that one.
And again, as I said earlier, I would support the coalition. I think if it provides some certainty and, in the specific example that Mr. Bugleman's mentioned, and also, again, just to try to see if we can address these delays, I think it's good to have the time limit.
I'd agree with Commissioner O'Donnell. I don't think we should have a deadline in here. If it turns out that in the future they recognize that we recognize that there's some issue here, then I'd reconsider. But at this point, I wouldn't see a reason to do it.
Okay. Majority of the commission supports the staff proposal. Ms. Best, if you could reject the changes, thank you. So we have C1, and then we have C2, which is staff's original proposed language, which provides information regarding the deficiency. Don't see any concerns there. With respect to item D, this is a proposal by USEC. Mr. Begelmans.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is another proposal that was discussed earlier during Mr. Chen's presentation. And what we've proposed here is language that would specifically tie the completeness review, both from PPRP and then ultimately the commission, to the factors for a complete application as contained in COMAR 2079-0106, which is a provision we discussed before this segment. From USEC's perspective, this is actually one of the most important changes we've proposed here. And the reason is, if you look at many of the delays that have occurred in these cases, it really has come down to previously unknown requirements being raised later on in the process. And one of the specific, I think, benefits that can come from this rulemaking is updating the list of CPCN requirements so that they're inclusive of best practices, PPRP's experience, the commission's experience with solar projects. So it really is definitive. And so it's our position that when the completeness review happens, it should be tied to those factors, both so applicants know what they are before they file, PPRP knows when it does its review, and then the most likely the assigned judge will have the list and be able to make his or her decision. Commissioner Richard had a dialogue on this, which we agree with, which is the concept that at this stage, the completeness review is really preliminary, and that has the applicant provided the information necessary to allow the case to proceed. But once that happens, that's when you get to the merit stage. So to the extent that there's something unique about a project, or there's additional information that's not required for complete application up front, PPRP has the ability to propound data requests. And in these cases, we receive more than 10 sets in most cases from PPRP. And there's always issues, unique attributes of projects that are ferreted out and discussed and then ultimately mitigated by PPRP as a result of that. But that happens after the case kind of begins. So there is a full process after the completeness review that provides significant flexibility, not just for PPRP, but ultimately the judge at the hearing asking questions and bench data requests and the commission. So, it's not our intent here to force the commission to only look at this information. It's just we're trying to set a clear set of standards for everyone, that everyone knows in advance that if you comply with them, you can move forward with the case. So again, we're not trying to force the commission into a corner with this. It's really just making sure that the completeness review is based off of the other elements of a required complete application that the commission's considering in this rulemaking.
Thank you. Staff's position?
So I think, based on, I won't rehash the points that I mentioned in my dialogue with Commissioner Richard and also trying to address Commissioner O'Donnell's question. I think the more important thing for staff is to ensure that ultimately the commission can request and does have the information that the commission needs to make a ultimate determination as to whether issuance of a CPCN is in the public interest. So I do not necessarily disagree. Actually, I'll just say I don't disagree with Mr. Bugelman's statement as the purpose of this completeness checklist. That is correct. The purpose of the checklist is to make sure that to try to introduce a little bit of efficiency in the process, in that parties look to what's expected of them and they submit the information that they're expected to submit, so that then the state agencies have what they need to process their review and so on and so forth. But in that rare instance, in that where there's a unique detail of the project, we need to make sure that this addition does not preclude consideration of that information. And what I mean is, sure, get through the completeness gate and you move on to the merits, but Mr. Bugelman's and to your clients, we wouldn't want to see a situation where PPRP comes back and says, well, we need this piece of information. And then the response to the data request is, well, we weren't required to provide it under regulation 7207, we weren't required to provide it under regulation 06 because it wasn't part of the application checklist. So I just want to make sure that is, that scenario is not what you're describing and not likely to occur.
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely not what we're proposing here. Again, we simply are proposing that the completeness review be tied explicitly to the required elements of a complete application. But we would expect for every case, there is additional information or additional issues that would come out in discovery. And it's obviously fair game for PPRP to ask those questions. If there's a dispute, that could be a dispute that goes to the judge for resolution. But the key thing again is with the completeness checklist, this should be a complete list as best as we can of what should be provided in the application. If that's provided, you can set a schedule, move forward with the case, but clearly there are going to be issues for every project that come out during the merit stage. I mean, if there weren't, then there wouldn't be a need to have the merit stage at all, right? So I think we're in agreement. We're not trying to lock anyone into anything specific here.
Okay, well, thank you for your response in that sense. Then, I think for staff, we standing by the original intent of these regulations, I think staff would probably move to a neutral position on this specific revision. Again, staff still has concerns about the second edition, which Mr. Bugelman will cover next. But Mr. Chairman, I hope that answers your question.
Thanks. It appears that staff saying, hey, we or PPRP reserves the right to ask for additional information after the information in Regulation 6 is provided. Before we turn to commissioners, are there others that wish to opine on item D in front of us?
Commissioner, if I may, on behalf of PPRP, there's a couple of concerns. There may be an instance where there is a unique project, or for example, that may be cybersecurity or something like that that's not involved in other cases, but in that case, it's very important. And if we don't address it in the completeness review timeframe and it gets to the merits, PPRP will only have 6 months may only have 6 months to provide their recommendation. And so that makes this completeness review quite important. It may be a good idea to put unless for good cause shown in front of that. And so this is the way it is addressed in most instances, but there's still an opportunity for the PULJ to change that, to modify it in the event that there are circumstances that should be considered. And with that, PPRP would likely be unopposed, except for that this is all negative. It's all negative language. Perhaps we could clean up some of the language.
Mr. Bugelman, based on what Ms. McLemore just stated and as you articulated your position, does her suggestion, does that address your concerns and hers? Perhaps we have a good cause language in this provision.
It doesn't address our concerns, Your Honor. And the reason is if there's an unforeseen issue, like for instance, cybersecurity, it's our position that that should be addressed during the merit stage. I think an applicant in a situation like that has a very strong incentive to work that issue out with PPRP, because if the applicant doesn't and it's a very significant issue, PPRP may recommend denial of the application. Again, what we're concerned about here is situations where we get stuck on the completeness review and we spend 6 months just on the completeness review, then we have to get to the merits. It's another 6 months. We view the completeness review as almost ministerial in nature to the extent that we're making sure that these predetermined requirements are met and the substance is addressed later. So I understand the idea there, but I'm concerned about with a waiver like that, just over time, it could become the norm as opposed to an exception for these cases.
Thank you. Other parties before the commissioners speak. I do agree that part of what we're doing here in this rulemaking session is to provide some level of certainty to the developers as well as to the municipalities and PPRP as we go forward here. Looking at section 6, regulation number 6, which is our application filing requirements, specifying everything that the developer needs to put on file. I don't see it unreasonable to include this new proposal, section D, which effectively states that if all the items in section 6 are satisfied, the application is thereby deemed complete. I do recognize the concern expressed by PPRP, and I think there will be some instances where a unique feature of the product or the project is not readily available or apparent at the start, will need to be accommodated somehow in the process, likely at the merit stage, and it would be in everybody's interest to address the situation there. But I don't see any harm coming from section D, and it would provide the developers with a degree of comfort that their application would not be rejected on a technicality after the fact that they've provided all the information outlined in regulation 6. So I am supportive of the proposal.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to join you in supporting this proposal as well. I think too many of the applications have been delayed in this completeness review. And I think if we can provide a good list and they meet that list, then we can quickly move on to the substance in the merit review. So again, I support your position and support the coalition.
Mr. Chairman, I take a contrary view as for the reasons stated earlier, and I'll add some here. First of all, no checklist can be omniscient. It can't know at all what to anticipate in a certain application. It's impossible. And so to take away the commission's discretion here to gain additional information in the completeness determination section, not on the merits, but information that we want to have up front, I believe is harmful to our ability to protect the public interest. So who knows what unanticipated thing may not be on that list in section 6, 2790106, but there may come a time when we'll wish we had the ability to get that information up front before we do a determination of completeness. And you would think that the developers would be more than willing to provide that information in those rare circumstances prior to the merits stage. So I don't, in my view of the regs, I don't think we made that checklist to cover every and all anticipated situations. And this language would take away our ability to get that information prior to starting the merit section of the proceedings. Additionally, this, to me, hamstrings the commission's ability to carry out its, what I believe is its function, which is to protect the public interest generally, early and as early as possible. So I'm opposed to this language with regard to Ms. McLemore's except for good cause shown proposal. I think that puts the burden not on the applicant, but it puts the burden on the state. And so I'm having a problem even with that language, Mr. Chairman, because I don't think the state has the burden to show good cause why we need information that wasn't on the checklist. So I'm opposed to this language.
Mr. Chairman, I support the language as you stated earlier. my hope is that this revised pre-information process that we're putting together here today and I guess improving at some point will help PPRP and other parties move more efficiently. So when and if there's a scenario where other information becomes necessary, because they've progressed through the review already for some other information that was filed in advance, they'll be able to look through the information that they discover or need to gather at a later date a little more efficiently. So for those reasons, I would support it as proposed. Section D.
Obviously, the commission has the majority, but in my view, I don't think this section is necessary because I don't think that the delays that we're talking about have come from the Public Service Commission. I've heard, and I'm not saying it's true, but I've heard that some of the delays have come over time through PPRP and other agencies. I don't think the delay is the Public Service Commission has been really the source of delays. And I think that this argument really belongs in the response to a finding by PPRP that the application is not complete. This whole discussion is really a factual basis. It's one that depends on the facts and circumstances. And so that you don't really need this, because if PPRP files a letter saying it's incomplete, then the applicant has the ability to come in and say, hey, I provided everything in 2079-0106. There's nothing unique here. And then there's 10 days, and then the trier of fact, the commission or the pull J will decide. So, and there's, and I don't, like I said, I don't think the delay has been in the decisions with, maybe it has, but I don't think that the delay is necessarily in the decisions about whether it's complete. PPRP still has to make its filing and say it is or is not complete in its view. And if that is the source of the delay, that's already addressed. So to me, I just don't think it's necessary, and potentially does, in fact, make a decision before the facts in the case are known. So that's my view.
Thank you. We will now move to section E. Mr. Begelmans.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the final proposed change from USEC to the section. And the purpose of this is to deal with, again, one of the issues that we've seen in the process, which is parties raising claims that applications are incomplete well into the schedule. I'm talking about 7, 8, 9 months into the case. If you look at the other changes the commission is making to this part of COMAR, I think there's a clear intent here for this to be an initial completeness review, having met these requirements of COMAR, and then that goes to the merit stage. So with this language, we're trying to avoid a situation of PPRP raising a deficiency with information that was required by COMAR, but they didn't raise earlier when they were supposed to under the regulations. Probably the most similar concept to this is perhaps a preliminary motion in a court setting. Oftentimes, those types of motions need to be raised early on in the case. I think the idea is that you don't want to proceed down the road of adjudicating a case and then getting to the last kind of step, and then there's an issue of whether it should have been allowed to proceed at all. So that's our intent here, is just to try to make this very tight in terms of what needs to be done at the completeness review stage. And if it's not addressed, it shouldn't be raised later on, because this should all occur early on. So that's the intent here. Again, we're not trying to hamstring anybody. If there are issues that are not required by COMAR, for a complete application that PPRP or staff or any intervener would like to raise, obviously they would be free to do so. But if it's one of the requirements that are listed in the checklist, it's our position that they need to make that position known at the start or lose the ability to do so.
Ms. McLemore.
The language in E, however, there's a couple of problems with it. One, it says failure to provide the information required may not serve as a basis to deny an application. So this goes far beyond the completeness review and goes to the merits of the case. The amount of information needed to meet a burden versus the amount of information necessary to be able to look at to consider the application are two very different things. And this goes to the second thing, which would be the burden of the applicant to show that it's in the public interest. That would be the first very significant concern that PPRP would have with this. The other thing is that PPRP is the only one mentioned here, and it's all on the Department of Natural Resources to raise a deficiency. There are, the PULJ may have a deficiency. Another applicant, another party may be involved after, may be admitted into the case, but was not there for the completeness review. So this would really hamstring the merits of the case, and we are strongly opposed to this.
Mr. Bugelmans, how do you respond? It appears that there is some construction flaws with this language. Are you intending in this language with respect to denial? It's the denial of the false CPCN. We're not talking about the completeness review here.
I think you're right, Mr. Chairman. The language does contain that, but the overall intent here is, again, I think stepping away a bit from this language, the intent here is to make sure that completeness review factors are raised during the completeness review stage. And if they are not raised, a party cannot raise them after they should have made, or PPRP should have made that position known under the previous parts of COMAR. That's the intent, and I see Ms. McLemore's point that perhaps this is going a step or a few steps further than that. But I think we've made our position clear in terms of what our intent is with this language.
So your proposal here is very similar to your proposal, I would argue, to the one that the commission just accepted on a 3-2 vote. It's referring to the same list of required items that need to be filed with the CPCN application, simply on the basis that you've admitted there's a construction problem here. I don't think it's a good use of the commission's time to look at the language on the page right now. To the extent that you wish to work on this overnight, consult with PPRP and others. I'll give you that opportunity to do so, and you can bring it back tomorrow. Okay?
Understood, Your Honor.
Okay. Although recognize that Commissioner O'Donnell and Commissioner Herman's points with respect to item D that we just discussed.
Could I add something here, Mr. Chairman?
Please.
So in my view, and others may not agree, but in my view, the commission grants extensions of procedural schedules and construction deadlines and any manner of extensions of time, right? We see applicants, especially solar developers, coming before us asking for extensions of time on a routine and regular basis. And yet, even if this language is fixed, procedural schedule part of it, not just the CPCN denial overall, but taking away our ability to modify a procedural schedule, I think unduly hamstrings the commission, depending on the facts and circumstances of cases that may come before us. And I find it highly unusual that we have a request before us to say you're not allowed to modify any procedural schedules. We do it all the time for some of the people here even. So thank you.
Mr. Bugelmans, we'll see you and hear you on this issue tomorrow, if you so choose to bring the proposal back to us. Going to section F, do we agree this morning to strike that section? Was that right?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman. It no longer is relevant.
All right, so we could put red line through that. Mr. Chen, I believe the remainder of the strike out language is from staff. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Oh, we have, okay. So we have the pre-hearing conference regulation in item D. A pre-hearing conference to set a procedural schedule or deadline for petitions of interventions may only be held after the commission determines that a filed application is complete. And the remainder of the struck language strikes existing COMAR text.
Yes, to the extent it's reorganized or replaced. Correct.
Yes, and it does look a little messy here, and I apologize for those viewing this on the screen and at home. Things move around a bit, but everything you see struck below D is original current COMAR language. All right, that completes the four major issues that we were attempting to address today. Tomorrow we will handle the remaining issues, which are more minor in scope. However, there are a couple outstanding issues that we'll also pick up first thing in the morning, including the definition of generating unit, Mr. Bugelman's proposal, and any other proposals that I may have forgotten. I believe there's one or two other items to address.
Mr.
So
Chairman,
before, yes.
When you mentioned the definition of a generating station, I think staff owed you a response from earlier in the day.
Yes, and I'd like to hold that response till tomorrow morning if that's okay with staff.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Before we conclude today, do any of the parties or commissioners have items that we need to address? All right, I appreciate everybody's indulgence. We've made some good progress today. We'll pick up tomorrow with any loose ends from today, and then we'll move on to the remaining issues. With that, today's rulemaking session is now in recess until 10 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you.